Test. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask for your patience as we wait for a few of our dignitaries making their way to the symposium. Thank you. We are informed that it'll be about 15 to 20 minutes wait, so please have some more coffee. There's still more refreshments, Ambassador, and about 15 minutes more. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I do beg your pardon and your patience. I think we have 10 minutes more.
Mic check, mic check.
Ali. Test. Good morning, everyone. And on behalf of the symposium, I thank you for your patience. To begin our program, I would like to ask Elder Glenn Seed to begin the prayer.
Good morning, President and everyone. Let's bow our heads for prayer. Our Father in heaven, we thank you for this beautiful day. As we begin our economic symposium, we ask for the presence of the Holy Spirit to be with us from now until we finish at the end of the day. Father, we ask for your wisdom. Give us your wisdom and guide us throughout this symposium and help us to come up with good solutions in regards to our economic development. Thank you, and I continue to ask you to bless our President and the leadership, bless everyone here, and bless the Republic of Colombia. I pray and ask this in Jesus' wonderful name. Welcome to the Economic Symposium 2021, theme Forging New Pathways. This time I'd like to recognize our dignitaries and everybody who came here today. So please let's recognize His Excellency President Solano Woods Jr., Vice President Singapore Sr., and all the members of the Cabinet. Please let's good morning to Abio, representing the Council of Chiefs this morning, Senate President of Fons Paules, and the Senators today, Speaker Sabino Anastasio, delegates of the House of Delegates. Welcome to all the governors of the 16 states and the speakers of the states of the legislatures of our states. Ladies and gentlemen, let's also say good morning to our friends from the Graduate School USA, Mr. Kevin O'Keefe, Jason Abushan, and Mark Sturton for their partnership and assistance in our economic symposium. And certainly, last but not least, let's welcome Ms. Leah Gutierrez, Director General of the Pacific Department of the ADB, in partnering in this symposium. Welcome to her and her delegation. Please, a round of applause for everyone. At this time, I would like to ask the Honorable Minister Caleb Udoy Jr. for the welcoming remarks this morning.
Good morning, everyone, and apologies again for today's start. Today's activities. I think it's appropriate for me to take time not to with her during this difficult time. This event today follows several seminars that we conducted through Tuesday and Wednesday that progress in the kind of activities that we're looking to promote. The main interest of this week is looking at economic recovery, which is a primary concern of the Ministry of Finance at this time. We need to figure out a way how we can resume operations of our tourism industry, how to expand our industries to find new diversified sources of revenues for the government and for the business community, and how to do that in a COVID-safe environment. I think our government under President Woods has been very active. I think this is an event that allows us to get together to look at some ways that we can work together to achieve our shared objective. There are several challenges that I think are substantial, and we're very fortunate that we have the support of very good friends from the United States helping us with dealing with the vaccinations and the guidance on how to operate in a safe manner for the sake of our people, but also with the Asian Development Bank, who is helping us realign our systems with several key reforms that will allow us to position ourselves to forge a new pathway towards success in the future. So one of the ways that we intend to move forward one of these pathways is for new ways to reach the different stakeholders that are necessary for the process to be successful, as well as sharing information and fostering discussion about these issues. Last week we had a 3-day event where we looked at the particular concern of ours, which is the Social Security viability. The problem is about a third the size of our economy. So we worked on a special approach that with the assistance of the Graduate School and the Asian Development Bank support, and came up with what we think might be a viable solution that we can draft into law and propose to the next challenge, which we were also dealing with, which is the civil service pension plan. So these are a few thoughts I can share with you as we open the symposium today. I trust you will find today interesting and useful in this regard. Thank you again for joining us today. We will be sharing this event on TV for those people who are unable to make it. We must use the microphones and be mindful of the cameras that are out there watching us. So if I can, let me please invite our President, Surangal Whips Jr., to come to the podium and make his remarks. Thank you.
Will tutau. Qotlu ule dungutial teale bodo susra ibadul. Ablur orior. Era al sil sama lubugul belau. Will tutau beu los amelo mangedra el tutau ma diregal mal will tutau mora president ra senate mar senator sangartiang ya mal will tutau mora speaker mar delegate sangartiang. To betul tutau mora Adala Diplomatic Corps. Ambassador Turner, Ambassador Lee, thank you for joining us, and representatives from the U.S. and Japanese government. So we are Dirigan Maluil Tutal Mora a Vice President, our members of the cabinet, el Nosilo Magedal Tutau, e Maltobetungil Tutal Mora Camille Adrablul Nosilo Bangeth. All the governors, I see governors, but most importantly, the business community and the people of Palau that are joining us this morning. I think malungil tutau and welcome. You know, I've been making a lot of speeches, so I was trying to think what I say. I'm going to speak in Palauan or English today. makora mo mix real tutan di wile speaker ada tokor bela ukmo tokor amrigel ngaria bebira tokol kumda seng wil reng stirgal sali dra dra ngotol belum di kita ngartera al tutau lo tisel klamria reng argid mesel lul de swed el gida el motmak o siga bes el teletal ma bes lul daso el gida sed el smisi abelwath ako mesel tial dara igaria de maseng forging new pathways ako tia wa to siga bes rael ako seng bes rael te al el kotrulen te al el gida de rosig el smisi abelwath el mongira klangar other belau ngari atol lol ku ai sini se por amrigel ngo do tigel se lidera amrigel lo hace como da gal som le ko quiera blur amrigel nding te alla ula ging ara blur amrigel te alla ra wil school te alla ra wil lugrul te alla ra a wil geizai te alla ra gel tokol program ni ono sera ara adma tirgel mi itut mang ako plolos per example ra arangal ged lo hace sera dunga kampak tan mera al silseng al telal ngalged amla muluk kul moram rigel reporter a graduate school ase tiam el mol ngari te expect ase by 2025 amla mutel erur telal ngalged amla muluk kul moram rigel gid amla tigrin el da desis bral sela covid imra waise analged amel mol mrael le dudira adram rigela amali mis amla masal morbab emal bio tarang lagi dadik mereka dalam regel osi gaurior memberal klau tu telela adome sera belwadra arangalel adome sera arangalel ra seli abla da sise para alsel tokora covid memla oito tura gay zargid manal lagi da amril adrang clear apekal sils ngira lo mesera alwase memgara dulu turol gi sini memgara da sisi mate al ngara blur belal bora ara other belam mang adilungi la dik triul mam logo toram rigel ngari asili ngar tel adram rigel tirikal sodan bringa asulir. So first of all, good morning we're especially thankful that the team from the ADB is here. Thank you, Leah Gutierrez and your team for being with us here at the conference, and our friends from the US DA Graduate School, Kevin and Jason, thank you for being here. And I was just saying that this conference is so important because we have been faced not only with the impacts of climate change, but now this year with COVID. And in fact, this year we got hit with double. We got Typhoon Surigay and being hit with COVID. And, it's through, I think, the assistance of ADB allowing us to loan up to almost $100 million, that's getting us through. But that only means that we have to pay it back. And that's the challenging part. And that's why we need to meet and come up with ideas of how we build a stronger and resilient economy. How do we dig ourselves out of the hole and provide opportunities for our children so that they don't continue to migrate to the United States. Just one of the things I shared at the UNGA was, under the Trust Territory Agreement, at least as a young person growing up, my understanding was the United States was going to help us grow to be self-governing, to strengthen our economy so that we could be on our own. Unfortunately, I would have to say, by 1994, that project had failed. That's just my opinion. But they came with, I guess, kind of a life ring and said, let's embark on the Compact of Free Association, which is also has its challenges. And of course, right now we're under discussions about it, but it shows the vulnerability, it shows the challenges that Palau has and how we have to come up with new pathways to make Palau more resilient so that our children, like the USDA Graduate School had, in a recent report that I had read, 8,000 of our children have moved to the United States to live. And we expect another 2,000 to leave before 2024. And the last thing we want is our children to leave, right? we want to create those opportunities here so they can stay in Palau and enjoy the opportunities that Palau has to offer. And so that requires us looking at Palau's strengths, building off Palau's strengths. And I think one of the most important things is, you know, when you're in a business, you look at what's your strengths, how do you capitalize on them and build a successful business. So one of Palau's strengths is that we are an independent country. That means we have the opportunity to control our borders, decide what our future is. And because of our strengths, like our location, our sovereignty, how do we capitalize on those and how do we forge new pathways forward to help in the development of a strong nation that protects freedom and democracy for the world. So in light of that, I think one of the challenging things as being an independent country is establishing strong partnerships. So I'll just share here one of the things that I've learned recently is our partners tell us, oh, you're no longer a least developed country. So I don't know if the process is, since we're not least developed anymore, is to put us back into a development country state. That's kind of, you know, sometimes I feel that that's excuses for partners not to act, not to help, not to really get us over the next threshold. So these are challenges that we need to work on, we need to build, and I think that's where so our sovereignty, our partnerships with our diplomatic partners are so important because that's really helps us in building that stability and building a strong future. The other things that, of course, we've been trying to do, and I know there's some members of the Ministry of Health here today. We have to thank them for being resilient and working so hard to make sure we're protected from COVID. That has come at a cost. It has come at a cost to our tourism industry. And I know that we are trying everything we can to get the tourism industry back on the ground. So I know, Ambassador Lee, we've been trying to work with Taiwan. We hope to get those flights going. We know we need regular flights. We're working with United. United has got 1 flight a week. December, they're going to have 2 flights a week, and hopefully 4 flights a week in February, and that will continue. We need to get tourism back. It is the base of our economy, and we need to strengthen the tourism industry. But what we've learned from COVID is tourism is not enough, right? I think we can all agree that we cannot live on just tourism. We need to look at all other areas that we can develop. And when we talk about sovereignty, we talk about everything from our resources, whether it's fishing. Let's make sure that if we're going to do fishing, let's do it in the best way possible that really maximizes the benefit to help the people of Palau. For example, and I know our Japanese friends are here, I believe that the fishing industry, probably the fish should be offloaded in Palau. Because if they're offloaded in Palau, we can put them on a plane. There's extra economic value added to the chain. And, you know, so that's what we have to look at. How do we maximize these resources to help the people of Palau? And we have to look at, ultimately, let's manage that resource, let's protect it, but ultimately, how does it help the people of Palau? Same things when it comes to other areas that maybe we should look at expanding to. One of the things we've always talked about is developing the financial sector, right? Because of our sovereignty, maybe we have opportunities to look at making Palau a financial center. We always look to Switzerland. In the Pacific, I think that would be Singapore, but we don't need to be as big as Singapore. But there's opportunities out there that maybe Palau can enter into with our small population. It's economically friendly, not environmentally friendly, low impact, but can provide high-value jobs and encourage people to invest in Palau. We need to look at education. I believe there's an opportunity for us. I remember back, I think it was in 2007 or 2008, we had an economic symposium. We talked about developing the college into a university so that we could attract outside students. We need to develop that. We need to look at our healthcare system and say maybe there's ways, there's opportunities there that we can encourage wellness, but at the same time develop a strong healthcare system here that could help maybe the rest of the Pacific, but provide economic opportunities for us. So today it's about forging new pathways. And I think we should open our minds and to see what are all the opportunities that are out there. So those are bringing things in. But the other side of it is also making sure that our government, if these new opportunities come in, our government can reap the benefits from it. Why? Why does the government need to reap the benefits from it? Ultimately, to help the people. I say. So that's why I want to thank for passing those important legislations this year. Arbitration law, corporate registry, and now the tax reform. Because al ngari ang kada del Clo Marcel, maldi ka ngaral dungo speaker, maldi tmuang mo. Mgida amle reform ra tax system rigid, el mom there may gigid al bone gigid el besel teala rabluat, at least ngari the bugudin mo niya mo sutri ra drang clear other belo. And you yeah. And then we need to look at how we continue to increase production. And that's why we've renamed our Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries to really identify, and we found out that when we streamlined and look at it, we actually put very little money in agriculture and fisheries, but we say it's important. We've got to strengthen them. We've got to help them. And I know there's a few programs by ADB also helping us helping the most vulnerable, because at the end of the day, we have to help the most vulnerable. That's why there is a government. Otherwise, we'll all be on our own. El dilgid, maadam abadangel, etirel gotem ituta amoit. Ngar la government mo tiguing el gotel mitut en oswir. Mang mal suadam nga sulela ADB. There's a programmer tier, which I think you're going to talk about this afternoon. Protecting the most vulnerable, and that grant that you've extended to help those families that are most in need. And that's what we need to do, really help those families that are most in need, to lift them up. Akora, Omesrin, I was talking to my classmate Pearl. It's kind of like NCD. If we help people eat right, exercise, we reduce our health cost. If we invest in social programs to help the most vulnerable, we also reduce maybe people going to jail, right? Instead of building a bigger jail, we get rid of the jail. I mean, that should be our goal. So it's about prevention. And I think prevention starts with helping people, giving them opportunities so they can succeed. And I think lastly, one of the reforms that through the PBL, ADB asked us to do was fiscal responsibility. And so I want to thank the OEK, Oman Sulang, because today we get to sign the Fiscal Responsibility Act. And I think it close to trel tialla lang ngulaklat kal mergid. Rogulo rurta ay galudu de la blur. So that's a fiscal. So da udu de la government tra blur belaw. Esel do aseng udu de la government and de galudu de la watang, udu de la other belaw rogui. Metial Fiscal Responsibility Act ulaklat malubang ori milmera a Ministry of Finance migid rogu ilwase abodong ite ludo den girel lungil omitel girel blaktak ungil girel other belaw emral ngoit tira other belaw mogot mang mran merenga sula olbira glulaw el mal dirigam le passer tialla mlader silme mel al sil jagad mo saying eri speaker president of Senate oman sulang. So today, it's all about partnership, and we thank our partners, the ADB, for the USDA Graduate School, and most of all our diplomatic allies for the progress we have made, but we have a long ways to go, so we need more support. But today, I'm going to sign the Fiscal Responsibility Act because we believe that our taxpayers deserve accountability and transparency in making sure that we use the money to the best way to improve their lives. And I want to thank the OEK for passing it so swiftly and making it ready for today to be signed. So thank you for your partnership and thank you for your support, and let's continue to work together to make the Palawan people first. Thank you.
Dolitra, Presidente del Senate, mas speaker. Ilmera Bangalap, Presidente del Senate, Allah Alang, Chairman Inabo. Diri kalsa dal recognize dal tutaw ol ngitrimen me Obangela Presidente del Senate bila Presidente del Chamber of Commerce, Irene Olgaril, wal si Elmel. Abang tri kalsan. Ulgitra minister nirait mutu ma minister obiang bol sur ilmel dire kalang. Elme Vice President Udo Elmornia Gender Equality. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please, for the Fiscal Responsibilities Act of Palau 2020-21. Thank you. RPPL 11-13. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask our keynote speaker, whom is Mr. Kevin O'Keefe of the Graduate School USA, for his remarks and presentation this morning. Mr. O'Keefe, a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you, MC, and let me associate myself with all of the salutations and acknowledgments that have been shared by the Minister and the President and MC, and get right into it. But first, I want to say thank you, especially to the OEK as well, because my heart is beating a little slowly now and calmly. I thought that this morning we were going to be presenting on the Fiscal Responsibility Act while it was still under consideration, and we might jinx it. But thank you for already passing it before we make some small presentations on what are the contents and what are the very positive implications for Palau. So since we're forging new pathways, we wrote up our presentation to relate to alternative development paths, and we're going to talk about two. And we're going to leave out a lot of options for Palau that Palau is also pursuing, and we're going to talk mostly about options with tourism as the driving sector, knowing full well it's neither enough nor safe to be fully reliant on only that sector. But it does make a huge difference already, and it can make a huge difference in the future. If you happen to have other opportunities, particularly if they don't follow the same cycle as the tourism industry tends to do, either from global events or economic downturns, that would be a very positive thing for Palau. So you'd have other sources of benefits to Palau that were not associated with the same correlated downturns. So we're going to talk briefly about recent economic performance, and I'm going to ask you to note in particular the volatility that Palau has suffered and the recent downturn. We're going to talk about COVID-19 impact on employment and household incomes, and also the mitigation programs that have done so much with the help of Palau's partners. Tourism performance, and by training, I'm a fiscal economist. So everything kind of comes back to me. If I was a carpenter and I had a hammer, everything would look like a nail. As a fiscal economist, I tend to look at what's the impact on government revenues, government expenditures, and what benefits can be made through growth in the economy that allows the government to do the kinds of things that Palau's government would like to do. Be there for social safety net, and be there for investing in the future of, in particular in human resources, Palau and career development. We're going to introduce something called a stylized economic model. Now, if you were all economists, you would all be saying, uh-oh, they're making it up. But stylized doesn't mean we're making it up. Stylized means we're trying to make a particular point using as realistic assumptions as we can, but following two different scenarios. So you know it's stylized because in the past, Palau's economy has suffered lots of changes. Well, when we project forward, of course, everything looks very smoothly. Everything looks very smooth. Of course, that won't happen. Palau will continue to suffer from being part of an open world economy, and events will continue to force Palau to adjust. However, Palau has proven itself quite resilient. Basically, from my perspective, remember I'm a fiscal economist, because they've been fiscally conservative and they've never driven themselves into their own problems. So they've been prepared, including with their partnerships, to deal with the factors that buffet the economy from external sources. And then finally, I just say decisions. I'm going to make you wait for what the closing part of this is. But we're going to push pretty hard on the two scenarios and then talk about what the implications are for achieving the preferred scenario. So starting with performance, Palau's economic growth over the last 20 years has been, I would say, even a little bit disappointing. It's been modest. 0.6% annually GDP growth, about 1% GDP per capita growth, GDP per capita being higher because the denominator, the population has gone down a little bit. We want to grow it the other way. We want to grow the numerator, the top of the division. We want to have the economy growing, and we even want the population growing sustainably. The main drivers of growth, of course, have been tourism and construction, and they've both been very volatile, no surprise. During the COVID-19 pandemic, over the roughly 2 years until, well, actually 2 years from now almost, it'll be 2 years, I think, in January, February, that will reach the 24 months, the economy's declined by about 25%. Less so in 2020 because we had 4+ months of recovered tourism. In fact, tourism looked like it was growing to something like maybe 120,000 visitors if it had stayed on track compared to previous years. But when it got shut down in February, March, it stayed shut down. The decline in 21 was much worse. What does that look like? First of all, these bars are the annual changes in GDP. So we call that GDP growth. You'll note that I think 9 of the 21 bars are negative. And it does appear to be quite volatile. And yet Palau has managed pretty well even with that level of volatility, I would say, until the COVID where the level of volatility has been really not possible for Palau to manage on its own. Thankfully, Palau hasn't been left on its own. Its partners through grants and loans have allowed quite a bit of pain reduction. The yellow line is the total size of the economy, and you can see it's declined considerably with the last 2 years of COVID effect. Where did the pain hit? Mostly in the private sector. The private sector production went down 38%, not just 25%, but 38%. And the public sector contribution to GDP was pretty much flat. What does that look like? The yellow line is public sector. So the public sector has been able to just keep its operations smoothly with support from partners. The private sector has absorbed the external shock of the loss of the tourism sector and all of that spending. Now, we were just talking about GDP. You can't put GDP in your pocket. You can put dollars in your pocket. You can spend dollars. And so we also look at jobs, where we initially projected, Dr. Sturton runs the projections, 27% decline in the labor force. Thankfully, we were wrong. We're happy to admit it. Looks like the decline is closer to 13%. Now, a lot of that is because of the programs that came in and kept people working. But I have to say the private sector has carried a kind of heavy load. A lot of them have kept workers, even if it was only on half-time or reduced hours or changed schedules. They've shown quite a bit of loyalty when they could. And despite the protections that have been offered, the bulk of the impact fell upon foreign workers. What does that look like? The yellow line is foreign workers, but guess what? Foreign workers is always the residual in the Palauan economy. When there's lots of construction and tourism growth, the residual labor force grows with foreign workers. When there's a downturn, those contracts come to an end, they go back to the countries that came from. So not as disruptive as Palauan workers losing their jobs, but for the individual foreign workers, equally destructive, equally unwelcome. Mitigation programs, and this is with thanks of, I think, all of the governments represented here. Very large transfers in kind through health supplies, vaccines, testing, and preparation, largely coming through the CARES Act and the recovery program, but lots of other supplementary support from all of Palau's donor partners. Household incomes declined by only 6%. Now this is more like what we feel on the ground here. Household incomes down only 6%. It hasn't really been that noticeable. 25% drop in production, but remember, all those donor programs that come in, they don't count as GDP. They're not production. But to the extent that money gets transferred to individuals, households, or businesses, gets spent in the local economy, that's what we see is the downturn is only about 6%. Now, without those programs, it would have been as much as 11%. So it looks like this. Without mitigation, household income by the end of 21 would have gone down to 35,000. It ended up at 39,000. Down, but not down that much. Now let's talk about tourism performance, and then we're going to make the link to fiscal outcomes. Guess what? Because I'm a fiscal economist. Palau's tourism sector has experienced a volatile and illustrative journey. Think back to FY15. Chinese tourism from mainland Chinese was at its peak. We're going to see the numbers of that peak. Remember what you, your family, your business partners, what everybody thought about that time. For some, it was happy days. For others, it was too fast and too different. And also maybe even too threatening in terms of environmental impact. So we need to learn from that illustrative journey. Palau's tourism sector recovery. Now we're talking about looking forward. What would it be like? It's going to be based on policy and planning choices, policy and planning decisions made by the policymakers, hopefully in conjunction with the affected private sector partners. But first, let's look backwards. These are the visitor arrival numbers. And again, it looks a little bit smooth. That's just the way we've drawn the graph, but these are real numbers. In FY15, remember that number, 168,000. If you want to round it up, call it 169,000 visitors. That was the peak. Down to just 1,100 visitors in the fiscal year that ended in September, a month and a half ago. And on track to be a fairly low number for FY22. We'll see what that number looks like in some of our projections. But we see a fair number of visitors coming in, but it's going to take the recovery, as the President mentioned, more flights, more flights, more flights. The room capacity is here, ready, willing, and able to pick up those returning numbers. Now, what was the impact on the fiscal situation? If you look at the peak, FY14 and 15, notice that starting in FY14 and 15, the blue line being above the yellow line, that gives great comfort to every Minister of Finance who's ever served anywhere. Surplus. More than what's been taken in, more is taken in than what's going out. And that surplus stayed even through the upturn and the downturn. And what's interesting here is that the downturn, until it got back to a little less than 100,000, wasn't that painful. Now, in our annual reports, Dr. Sturton noted that the benefit from the upturn was a little bit less than expected because the spend of the rising number of tourists was less than the previous mix of tourists. And so when those tourists were lost, the spend effect was also less, the pain was less than what might have been if they were high-paying, maybe not package tour packages from overseas. And so the impact on the fisc was not as strong as it might otherwise have been. Now, there have been some positive tailwinds that have been helping the fiscal situation in terms of money from the parties to the Nauru Agreement and other smaller factors. But in general, you can see Palau was able to manage and run surpluses to their credit until COVID. And COVID has just completely changed that. Now, when you borrow money and spend it, that counts as a deficit. So it doesn't mean that they were building up debts in the local economy. It means that there was some borrowed money that was keeping things going. How did we keep the households from going down by less than they would have otherwise gone down by? A little over 4,000 of benefit went on average into the spending of each household. So you're talking about something like $25 million out of programs directly into household incomes. So that problem is big, probably not sustainable in the long term. Thankfully, it looks like tourism is recovering. And just using kind of global data and data from other sources, it looks reasonable to project a recovery of the Palauan tourism sector. Now, what happened to external debt? This is a little scary. Palau has always had a favorable external debt to GDP ratio that made us as economists say, yeah, if there's good programs, you can borrow. Make sure that they have an economic rate of return, make sure they're targeted to key needs, make sure they're fulfilling or taking away bottlenecks to your key growth sector, but you can borrow. Now, with COVID, in order to keep the economy going, in order to keep the tourism sector ready to recover, in order to reduce the pain on households, the borrowing has gone up to what will be close to 90% of GDP. Now, at the status that Palau has currently graduated to, anything north of 60% might be considered a problem. But when the IMF, the leading voice on this issue, came through and did their Article 4, they looked a little deeper than that number. And they said, well, that number went up mostly because GDP went down. And that is very likely to recover and may even recover very quickly. So it's not that the debt was so high, but that GDP was so deeply and negatively affected. So there's a little bit of leeway there, not that it doesn't have to be constantly checked. And in fact, part of the act that was just passed by the OEK, the second half of that act, is all about transparency and guidelines for taking on external debt, the external debt management part of that law. So I guess that's also timely. Now, we would say that that red arrow leads us to a point of concern, but the following projection through FY30 gets us back to a point of much less concern. But it's very reliant on regrowing, recovering the economy. Okay, so now we're going to introduce sort of a model that shows two different paths. And I'm going to introduce it kind of step by step. The first scenario, I tried to be as polite as possible in the terminology, is all about getting it right, particularly in the tourism sector. Palau's policy, planning, and regulatory regime is successful in influencing, nudging, pushing Palau towards its very clearly stated aspirations of being a high-value tourism destination. Now, Palau has been stating that very clearly for quite some time, but the movement in the direction of high value has been pretty slow. Not that there isn't high value here, but the mix is not as Palau's explicit strategy is trying to achieve. And all of this while protecting the environment. So the first scenario protects the environment, pristine Palau is preserved. The less favorable or the unfavorable scenario we call not getting it right, really imaginative. It's actually, getting it wrong. Palau's policy and regulatory regime, planning and regulatory regime just doesn't act timely, isn't effective, and can't influence to move things towards the aspirational goals. Lower-end tourism predominates, in fact, grows over time. Sustainability is not achieved, and Palau's carrying capacity, which I don't know what that carrying capacity is, but we're saying in this time period, we think it would be breached, it would be exceeded. And pristine Palau is not preserved. The tourism experience of Palau is not enhanced. And in fact, just limps along at a lower level of production and is associated with some other not so good results. I'm going to show those good and bad results one by one. Looking forward. So this is just visitor arrivals. And we have two ways of measuring the impact. The number of arrivals, the mix of arrivals, whether they're high-end, medium, or low, and the spending of those on a per day or per visit basis. So all of those are moving in the background to get these different results. And again, we're using assumptions that we think are realistic, but to be honest, the lower assumption is more like the current set of projections, and the uppers, and more like the experience of the last 20 years. Growth at about 0% or just above 0%. So what does it take? So if we look at FY30, normally the end of our projection period, when we go past FY30, we get a little nervous. We're getting less and less accurate for sure. But again, we're trying to set some targets, create some incentives to actually get the better result. So by FY30, we say in the not getting it right, not doing much, not being very effective, we think the tourism sector probably would have recovered and reached that earlier peak of about 168,000. But the mix of those tourists would not have improved. You would have more of the lower spending, and in some cases we say lower spending, but equal or even higher impact on the environment. We're going to talk about that a little bit later when we talk about carrying capacity. And then in the blue line, with cooperation between the private sector and the public sector, with good planning, with other things in place that I'm going to talk about at the end, getting it right, you get immediately to a higher number, but that higher number also has a better mix, and we would argue a lower negative impact or a lower carrying effect on the environment. Go out to FY40, and we think possibly in the not getting it right scenario, you've hit a wall. You've hit you've kind of damaged the experience, either from environment or crowding or lack of proper mixing. You then start going backwards because the product has been diminished. And guess what? Word of mouth, everybody knows that's what the tourism industry is all about. Now in the getting it right scenario, we see that you're at 231,000, not yet breaching any carrying capacity yet, and still on a growth path. But those 231,000 have a different mix than the 185. Way more high-end, higher spending, and we also think a lower intensity of impact on the environment. And finally, out to FY40, you see there's now a decline, slow, on the lower path and a continued growth on the upper path. Let me first talk about the lower path. We put a red line there. We don't know where that red line should be. But we know it's somewhere. And everybody in the tourism sector knows that there are limits to growth. Limits to how well you can manage, limits to how well you can keep people from overcrowding, limits to what the sites are that are so attractive can actually absorb and not be diminished. Here we're saying it's about 160,000, and that's where you end up at. The carrying capacity limit. Now, how do you really know the carrying capacity? You have to study it all the time. You have to keep studying it and keep estimating. You have to keep looking for evidence of any kind of threats or diminishment, and you have to be willing, when you see it, to make hard choices. Now, a more optimistic green line up there, again, we don't know where that green line is. We're by no means capable of determining what that number is, but we know that it's possible with studies, with evidence, and with good communication between the sector operators and the government and the regulators that can be known with some level of certainty over time, particularly if you've approached it, absolutely if you've exceeded it. So again, if you're getting to that point, then now you have a new set of hard choices, how to further filter the arrivals and the spending in the sector. So what does that all mean in terms of other impacts? If those two paths were followed, we're going to talk about what it does to GDP. And I'll go through this kind of quickly. Because again, these are models where we're making assumptions, and you can see that GDP is 20%, more than 20% larger by FY40 by getting choices right, by getting policies, planning, and regulations right. What about GDP growth? It's mostly positive. Now, this is not a Pollyanna, unrealistic growth path. By the end, we're only growing at 2% per year. But we are growing, with the Palauan population probably fairly stable or hopefully growing through bringing back some Palauan workers into the higher value tourism sector. That's GDP growth. Now, of course, there's a lot in the recovery path from now until FY30, and that assumption is built into both paths. Employment grows substantially. If the president, the ministers, both finance and Minister Matul's ministry of so many things, are successful, they're going to see growth, and hopefully the mix of that growth will include growth in the Palauan employment. Palauan employment is relatively full right now. So growing it means creating new jobs for the youth and maybe bringing back Palauans into higher paying, mid-level, other kinds of jobs. So again, big difference between the two paths, kind of a motivation to try to achieve that higher path. Fiscal balance turns negative in the not getting it right, but is very comfortably positive just from tourism. Again, if you have sovereign rents or if you have growth in some sector that is currently unknown to us, those would be on top of this. And they would give the government a lot of space to change its stance in terms of policy, fiscal policy expenditures. That's as a percentage of GDP. If we look at it in dollars, it's an extra $36 million a year. Now think about what you could do with an extra $36 million a year. During COVID, you had to spend it just to keep everything balanced. But if you were on a stable footing and had an extra $36 million in today's dollars, these are real, these are already adjusted, I mean, this is assuming real dollars, FY19 dollars, you would have quite a bit of extra choice in how you manage the fiscal strategy and how you manage your impact on the economy. Finally, cash balances, much more positive. That extra $36 million a year in FY40. Actually, during the period in which this strategy, this scenario is working favorably, the government would create an extra $263 million of cash balances if it chose not to spend it. Now, by no means would they choose not to spend it, but that's how much would be available from the delta, from the difference between the two scenarios. Finally, what would happen to external debt as a percent of GDP? You're going to look at that and say, huh? How come one strategy isn't better than the other? One strategy has a lot more borrowing, the getting it right strategy, but it's borrowing to support that growth. It's borrowing to build infrastructure and support that growth, and the ability to repay is still exactly the same, 41% of GDP. So in the safe zone. The total amount of borrowing would be $72 million extra over the period compared to the other scenario. So again, you wouldn't get that growth at no cost. You'd have to be building infrastructure. If some of this growth is going to be on the Big Island, it's going to have a lot of infrastructure that's needed. So the surplus would not just be sitting there in the bank, it would be going towards, presumably, the strategy that's working. So you end up favorable on all the positions in the better scenario, the one where you're getting it right, and you end up unfavorable in the one where you just kind of let things go on the current path. Recover but don't influence. Okay, I'm going to get a little philosophical here. Let's take just a 30-second break. When you're facing difficult choices, if you have a hard time making those choices, if you delay those choices, if you fail to make those choices, you really are making a decision. And probably a bad decision by not acting. And so when we're now going to compare the getting it right to the not getting it right, and this is, again, your economist, not your tourism sector specialist, not your private sector specialist, just very high level, what would be the difference between the two scenarios? And it may be very disappointing that it's high level in general. But I would argue that getting the things that we're going to present right, we're not presenting what the specifics are, would be a part of that beneficial scenario. Failing to do the things that have already been mooted and to continue to bring in or develop in Palau the ability to monitor and move the policy planning and regulatory machinery on track with what's needed is what's anticipated. So what are the high-level ingredients to getting it right? They're really easy to describe. I'm going to take the easy part, and then I'm going to walk away and leave the rest to the leadership, to the citizenry, to the NGOs, to the chamber, to the other entities, institutions that make an influence. But we're just going to throw out what we think those would be. Initially, we learned yesterday from an entity in Sydney that they can come in and do an assessment of the current tourism sector regulatory regime. How is it working? What does it entail? What are they trying to do? Are they effectively achieving what they're trying to do? And if they compare to best practice in other Pacific countries and other island countries, how does it compare? So sort of a baseline study of how you're doing with your regulations. Secondly, Palau is pretty good at having a public-private partnership, but we're suggesting that that partnership could be strengthened. And here we're focusing on the tourism sector, but that doesn't limit it to the tourism sector. What are the benefits to strengthening those institutions? Some of them exist already. Some of them may not have been created yet, and I'm not going to read them all, but basically getting you closer to your goals and making sure that there's no huge mismatches. Of course, it doesn't do you any good if you go 2 steps forward and then because the community reacts negatively, people think that the benefits are not being fairly shared, or they don't think their voices are being heard, that's going to cause you to pull back from that higher path. So in order to keep various stakeholders on track, on path, they need to be part of the process looking forward. And finally, if you're making investments in job training, scholarships, physical infrastructure, you want to make sure there's a good match between the demand in the economy, the needs of the sector, the growth sector, and the public spending itself. Now again, there's progress in these areas already, but it has to be there from now through FY40 and getting sharper and sharper as you go along. Okay, here's the important part. This is the part where we know there's a big information gap. Strengthen efforts to empirically determine carrying capacity. You got to look at the impact of tourists from different markets, tourists from different segments, tourists that take on different activities, tourists that spend different amounts of money, all the different ways that you can segment the tourists, and you have to be tough in choosing the ones that you want to favor and disfavoring the ones that are more problematic or less beneficial. That doesn't sound very free market, and very few successful tourism places have been purely free market. You've got an asset, it has to be protected. You've got a goal, you hope to achieve it. You got to use your policy planning and regulatory tools to achieve it. pilot testing different pricing and restriction regimes. Pricing, for example, at the Rock Islands was introduced, but it clearly is not yet adequate to ration access. And you can ration access across weeks, across days, across hours of the day, across tides, lots of different ways of slicing this, so that again, the goal will be find those tourists that spend more and put less pressure on the special assets, and find ways to make sure that they're favored in the various tools that you have. Use taxes, use regulations, use incentives to achieve things on the demand side, meaning where the tourists are, who the tourists are, where they come from, and what they do, but also on the supply side. Now, this is a really hard choice. There are probably permits being issued this week or this month for facilities that don't match the getting it right path. They're lower end, they're lower quality. They're probably not going to match when you study where to present tax, regulatory incentives. So guess what? There's going to be some hard choices. And that's not a free market per se. That's an informed set of policies, regulations, incentives, or even compensation to make sure that the tourism plant on the supply side, the tourism activities on the supply side, the tourism operators on the supply side, the sites to visit that are don't even exist yet in terms of easy access to, again, create more activities for more spending on the ground. All of those things can go together under the notion that there is a carrying capacity and it needs to be identified. Palau has a tourism strategy. We think it needs to be refined, refocused, and whether it goes first or second with a master plan, we think they go together. The strategy has to be closer linked to the budget, and the master plan has to be closely informed by sector needs. Now, the government doesn't know those sector needs. They need to work with the tourism sector to understand them from the current perspective, and they probably need to bring in some outside expertise that have had success in other growth model tourism locations, tourism destinations. There's lots to be learned from those sources. And that is the end of my presentation. And it's wide open for questions. I have a question in the back. Do we need the microphone?
Good morning, sir. Mr. O'Keefe, your presentation, well, first, my name is Joe Bruce, and I'm a local business owner. I'm Palauan and American, but I'll speak English because we have enough Palauans here that can translate properly. And I have a statement, a short story, and a question. So, to bite off what you were talking about, I actually recently went to the Korean monument in Malgayoc, and I've never been there before, and I was blown away, disappointed, kind of ashamed, and hoping for change. So I came here with hopes of that in mind, and you just somehow summed the whole experience up into one presentation. So when I went to the monument, the first thing I noticed is that there's titles and names of all these prominent leaders in Malgayoc. Chief Raklay, which is one of the highest, they're one of the pinnacle chiefs in Palau. but the site is a mess, falling apart, marbles. I mean, this easily could have been millions of dollars in investment. And that's not just the only location. This whole entire Palau, we have very prominent investments that have been made by our fellow countrymen and our very close allies, America included. And these sites are just being, it's like a showcase where they go and they take this big picture and it looks great on newspaper, but as soon as the media hype dies down, so does the care for the wear and tear for these sites. So I've been personally talking to a lot of the military leaders. I had a meeting with ambassador for the US and for Taiwan, trying to implement some sort of maintenance plan behind it, but there's no support for it, not from the local, not from the federal. There's no sense of pride for the work that was done and the investment made by these people. And I'm a little bit nervous because there's a lot of elders here and I'm not really big on crowds, but I feel that it's an important topic to reflect on, especially for this economic recovery. If Palau were to invest and actually talk to our allies and give them plans and implement the state, give the incentives to the state so the state can actually develop these sites, not only maintain them, but upkeep them. You know, you don't have to fly from Japan or from the US to come here to say, hey, I want something added on to this site. We can do all that here in Palau. We have the capability, we have the construction companies, we have the know-hows. And my question is there a chance to actually implement all this money that's being funneled into Palau for development for sustainability's sake? It's a small island. A little bit of micromanagement would go a long way. I mean, we all know each other. Everybody's very closely related, if not by blood, then by marriage. But if we were to develop these states along with this incentive plan, instead of focusing only on the main national government, I think it would go a longer way. And there's a lot of local Palauans that return, ex-military as well, that are very excited to develop their state, their home state. Next thing you know, we're all stuck in Koror chasing after the same tail, the national government. So I'm asking if is there any part of this consideration to developing a more incentivized plan towards the national development from a state by state and actually utilizing the natural resources around these monuments, you know, like springs, waterfronts, beachfronts. I mean, there's a lot of great places around these monuments that are being left and turned into jungles for no apparent reason. So, thank you.
Thank you for the comment and the question, and I really feel strongly that that comment is sort of a little bit of a wake-up call, and it would be included in the getting it right. But I also need to give a little bit of credit, having listened to PVA and knowing what the Bureau of Tourism are doing. They have tried to use this COVID period, this lapse in visitors, to improve sites, and they do have some project money to do that. So my first little piece of advice is get that site on the list. Maybe it's just hasn't been reached yet. There are certain sites that they've prioritized and they've taken advantage of the downtime to make improvements or do repairs or to improve the potential experience for visitors. So that's on your story. It's important. It's a wake up. On your question, it's eminently doable, but it does take hard choices. And I left out, not because I'm afraid to talk about it, because I forgot to talk about it, how important it is for all of the states, and in particular Koror State, to be a part of the planning, policy, and regulatory machinery. The assets are there, the attractive assets are important. I can say as an outside visitor that it's been a huge source of revenue to Koror, and they've taken on some of the responsibilities that are connected to that, but not all. And I think it's important for each of the states, the money they receive, the benefits they get, to feel as though they're a part of the planning process, particularly if they're going to be mandated or requested or even begged to pull some of the weight of the responsibility on improving the tourism experience and therefore benefiting more in each locality. It's hugely important for Karor State, but it's not unimportant anywhere. And it exists in theory and in aspiration, but it doesn't exist in reality. And so that's probably the strongest gap between the getting it right and the not getting it right, is being able to go from the obvious but actually implement it. Kind of boring, because these are not hard to conceive of things, but they're hard to get it done quarter after quarter, year after year, decade after decade, for Palau to be where it wants to be. I saw another question.
Yes, good morning, Mr. O'Keefe. My question relates to the statistics that you cited earlier. The tourism growth that's projected looks like by year 2025, you're seeing about the same level as what we had in early 2019, which is about 90,000. The pandemic has been worldwide, and many of the Palau key markets especially were particularly hit by this. What factors do you see externally that's going to drive the tourism to go up to that level? Are we talking about going from 1,100 right now to about 90,000 in 3 years?
Thank you for the question. So built into the model, that assumption of a fairly rapid recovery is looking at what's happening to those lagging countries. All of them are lagging Palau in terms of vaccination, 97%. Dr. Sturton measures it at 105%. Just an amazing success for vaccination in Palau. Well, other countries, your partners, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, are really catching up. I think they're all above 70 and they're all heading in a much higher direction. So we think that's number one. Number two, there's a lot of policymakers that think that COVID is going to be with us for a really long time. Years and years. But the ability to manage it will not be the problem that it was during the pandemic. Through vaccination, through treatment, possibly through pill, as long as the clinics, not the hospitals, but the clinics can diagnose, people can recover safely without ever being hospitalized or threatened with loss of life. So we just see that happening in the background. In the meantime, those that are vaccinated, those that are having a great desire to spend the money that they've been saving by not traveling, we think that there's a kind of a boomerang level of demand, and Palau being fully vaccinated or nearly fully vaccinated is more attractive than other places that have had to remain closed or may remain closed for a really long time. So it's an assumption. Palau will continue to suffer until that growth recovers, but we're also saying use this period of time to get other things right while things are a little bit quieter.
My name's Jolie. I'm a cultural resource manager and archaeologist. I've lived here a long time. And I just want to reiterate what this gentleman was saying. The cultural sites have been badly ignored for decades. The funding goes to the environment, which is commendable and wonderful, but there is limited to no funding for any cultural heritage. PVA has been doing a great job for the past couple of years, but I appeal to the Palau government and to our partners all over the world to start trying to look at funding grants for cultural resources. Because what does happen here is sites are made in clear, just like this gentleman said, and we live in the tropics. Within 6 months, they're totally covered over. The promise for tourism in the cultural sites, the earthworks, the Rock Islands, and the traditional knowledge is extremely high. And like PVA's been doing, we need to capitalize on that a lot more. Thank you.
Yeah, you said it so well, I'm not going to say anything other than thank you. But also assert that that's a really good fit with a certain segment of high-end tourists who would almost surely be higher spending, longer staying. So whether they're interested in the night skies or the navigation or the cultural sites or the archaeological sites to visit, it's just one more arrow in the quiver of Palau's tourism experience. I'm stealing time, so I'm going to take they're telling me one more question.
Hi, Kevin. It's Alan. Good to see you. Just one last comment and question. Appreciate the presentation and appreciate all the graphs and the projections and understanding the impact of the COVID in the economy, and good to see the positive outlook for the future. My concern is simply on the private sector's involvement in the growth. And my point is, I believe Palau has a lack of access to capital. We have the National Development Bank and we have the private banks. I think there should be a strengthening of the effort to bring in new sources of loans to help the private sector, especially Palauan-owned businesses or Palau joint venture businesses with foreigners, to have access to capital that can actually build resorts, businesses that would actually enjoy the benefits of this growth. I recognize ADB is here, I recognize the National Development Bank is here, but to borrow money from any bank in Palau, including the National Development Bank, is a very difficult process. A lot of mortgages, a lot of land to guarantee the loans, and if I may, the interests are not competitive in the environment of being able to generate good revenue and serve a very high interest compared to other places in the world, especially the United States. So my point is, can the government, can you as the advisor, put an effort to bring a stronger presence of USDA lending, stronger presence of SBA lending, maybe the International Finance Corporation of the United States, and also invite American companies to invest in Palau. The issue has been a lot of Chinese are investing, taking lands. And if we keep the rate where Palauans are not able to have access to capital, this trend will continue. So we need access to capital. We need good support from the SBA to provide the guarantees, and the local banks have to be more aggressive in helping local businesses acquire loan. That's the question and my last point. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. And almost every time that our group makes a presentation on the economy, we show the banking sector. We show the large deposits and the very small lending, and the fact that the lending is mostly consumer. And so when we look at commercial lending, it's even smaller. And this is actually one area where Palau performs way less lending to the commercial sector than even your two sister freely associated states, which is kind of hard to explain. But we do have a session later today where the Bank of Hawaii is here, where the Development Bank is here, and they are kind of talking about constraints to lending. But we've been pointing that out, observing that low lending ratio since 2011, probably 2012, and maybe even much before. This is one of those areas where if you fix one problem, you find out that that wasn't the biggest constraint. It's like going upstairs. You go up one step, If the risers are 12 inches, you go up 12 inches the first step, but on the next step, when you try to improve things, you only go up 10 inches. You trip, you fall, you end up back where you were. I think it's a collective effort, but I would argue that the lending environment in the category of all good things go together, one hopes. If you were on that higher path, the lending environment would be much more attractive. Now, the only thing I'm going to say about negotiations between Palau and the U.S. is that it needs to be a priority for the U.S. to consider the fact that Palau has graduated from certain kinds of assistance and needs other kinds of assistance. And they need partners from high-quality investment countries. I don't want to leave any out. So we're talking about the U.S., we're talking about Japan, we're talking about Taiwan, we're talking about Australia, we're talking about lots of places where you can expect high-quality investment partnered positively with Palauan landowners or investors. But we haven't solved that puzzle yet. Continue to work on it. And I think the public-private dialogue is going to always be part of that. So sorry for a non-answer because it's such a difficult problem, but it's clearly a constraint to achieving, but it would go hand in hand with achieving that higher path. Thank you, everyone.
Please, another round of applause for Mr. O'Keefe for an insightful presentation. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like, let's take a 10-minute break. It's a good 10-minute break. You didn't talk for an hour, but we are an hour over time. But we'll make, as a master of ceremony, we'll make it work out. We'll finish at 5. But we'll take a 10-minute break, and actually the next panel discussion, it picks up from the topics of Mr. Stephen O'Keefe about financing development infrastructure. So that'll give us an opportunity to discuss interactively with the panelists to come up with those kinds of solutions. So 10-minute break, and we'll get back and be right back to the panel discussions. Thank you, everyone. Now, while we're on break, if you know that you're on the next panel, the first panel, please get yourself ready so we may start on time after 10 minutes. have 2 minutes, everyone. 2 minutes. I'd like to ask the panelists for our panel discussion, our first panel discussion, to make their way to the front tables. Thank you. I'd like to ask everyone if we can make our way back to our seats. We can start a little bit on time. I'm going to ask our technical staff to grab the panelists and bring them up front. And if the staff could bring 2 microphones to the front, please. Thank you. If we can get 2 microphones to the front, please. Thanks.
When he gets his part of the panel, he wants to project one of these. No, Mark is going to use one of my slides. I'm not on it. I'll get out of the way. Which one, Mark? Mark. Mark, which one? This one?
Yeah, this one.
Oh, you're not doing it.
Well, I can do that with the other one. I was just going to mention that. I was going to mention a bit more detail on this.
I think they have enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for your patience. We'll begin our first panel discussion, discussions towards solutions in forging new pathways for economic prosperity. So our first panel discussion is financing of infrastructure and development, themed options for building resilience. I'd like to ask, I will be the moderator, Olgaril Kazuo, and I'd like to introduce our panelists. Please welcome and thank Director Kashmir Ramangsao, the Ministry of Finance, Bureau of Budget and Planning, Madam Laura Darcy, the Private Sector Development Initiative, Ms. Irene Olgaril, President of the Palau Chamber of Commerce, Mr. E.J. Ozu, the Bank of Hawaii, Madam Claire Harvey, the National Development Bank of Palau, and Mr. Vance Policarp of the Financial Institutions Commission. At this time, I would like to ask Director Ramangsao from the Ministry of Finance to give us a summary of the National Infrastructure Investment Plan, the NIIP, to begin our discussion.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. And then, I would ask for your indulgence and I think it's important. I'm going to use slides, but I'll try to do it as quickly as possible. But I think it's important to give you a much better sense of what the NIIP is. And essentially, what it is, it's Palau's National Infrastructure Investment Plan. Right? So what the NIP is really it's an outline of the government's policies and priorities for infrastructure investments over the next 10 years. And the reason what the NIP can do for us, it's important, is really because we can't afford all of our infrastructure investments, we can't afford all of it. We need a way that the NIP can help us basically prioritize the projects, which ones to move forward with. At the same time, the plan can help us identify how are we going to finance those investments, those planned projects. So, as you see there, the three main benefits from it is really, it'll allow us to prioritize and to sequence the projects. The second thing, it supports our requests to our development partners. And third, it offers an opportunity to see how we may be able to finance them. And I think some members of the panel will be able to talk about it, and Laura is here to talk about one of the financing options that's available to us. So real quickly, the plan was formulated, of course, with assistance with the help of the Asian Development Bank, as well as the Pacific, infrastructure facility. And it was made up of a group of the stakeholders, a government task force that was formed, included PPUC, included some of the main agencies, government agencies that are involved in the actual key sectors like communications as well as transportation. Some of the issues that came up as we were thinking about the plan was, for example, how do we prioritize the projects? Another thing is, should there be a minimum value for the projects to get on the list? How do we update it? If it's not on the list, can you seek funding for the projects? Those are some of the questions that came up, and we believe that the plan addressed them. And in answer to all of this, it's basically, no, if it's not on the projects, if it's not on the list, it can still be pursued because there is a process, there is a mechanism for annual updates to the plan, and there is a screening process that we can apply to see if it's a project that we want to move forward with. All right? So the plan is very simple. It's structured fairly straightforward. So we're talking about the introduction, the background. We move on to talks about the national strategy, sector strategy. It talks about the existing asset registry, and then the future projects and the readiness. And it talks about all of those criteria with which we would like to use to be able to evaluate and make a decision in terms of whether to proceed with the project or not. So the outputs of what we did with this project when we began is, one, we wanted to, of course, come up with a plan. We wanted to update our asset registry and to make it much more meaningful and something that we can use and be able to help us sort of assess and evaluate the condition of our existing infrastructure and a way to monitor new infrastructure and to help better maintain them. We actually, the project also helped us to develop a very straightforward maintenance guide. And the maintenance guide, we hope that particularly for the states would find it useful in helping to provide sort of a guide in terms of how to maintain the existing infrastructure and asset base. So these are some of the, this is an example of the tables that show sort of the assessments, the condition of the existing infrastructure. So part of the work that the task force did is we went out and we actually reviewed and we looked at all the existing infrastructures, both at the state and, well, focusing on the national government, especially. There's a draft maintenance guide. It's a comprehensive guide that's available as part of the plan. This is the long list of the projects. There's roughly, some of them were identified, about 71 projects, totaling over almost $560 million over the next 10 years. So one of the outcomes from the plan is certainly a methodology. One of the challenges that we faced in terms of deciding on what project to proceed with is, how do you know if this is a project that we would like, that is beneficial? If you're given two choices or if you're given choices of different products, is there a systematic way we can sort of assess and review those projects to see which one should go first in terms of priority? So this plan also, we were able to come up with a suggested methodology in terms of how we can do that. At the same time, the plan also provided for a mechanism a way in which the plan could be updated. As we talked about, one of the concerns was if it's not in the plan, can you still pursue funding for it? Or how do you make sure that the plan is continually updated and that it remains meaningful? So one of the things we looked at is to streamline the process. The plan actually proposed that there are filtration of initial screening for the projects. Some of the basic questions, oftentimes we start pursuing projects without really looking to see if it's something that we can start right away. Even though it's very important, it may be something that's going to take a while to actually start because of the environmental, historical permitting process. And even, do we even have plans? The design and engineering for major projects can take months, literally. So again, if we're talking about financing, and if financing is a constraint, we need to be able to use what available resources, particularly money and funding we have, more efficiently. So this is an example of we call it a multi-criteria analysis. This is one of the ways you can use to evaluate and help prioritize projects and even sequence them. So we look at like the impact on, say, unemployment, in terms of revenue generation, whether it has the impacts on culture or on the environment. All of these are criteria, and then we assign points to it. And then we have a draft, we propose a monitoring and an evaluation framework. So one of the things that we've been very good at historically is doing projects, but it's really the challenge that we have is really maintaining those projects. And as earlier we had a comment from one of the gentlemen saying that we have a very good monument, but it hasn't been properly maintained. And that is a continuing challenge, and hopefully this plan provides a way in which we can look to address some of our investments going forward. So with the NIP, the next steps is really, now we have the plan itself. And so what we need to do, and one of the key ways in which to implement this and to make sure that it's consistently implemented, is the proposal is to have sort of like a development committee that would be made up of different stakeholders that would be responsible for reviewing the plan on an annual basis and updating it. And part of the technical assistance and one of the work that needs to be done is actually to take all of this from the screening, the evaluation, the different methodologies, and put them together in such a way, like a manual, which the committee and every agency, including the states, can utilize to help them make the decisions in terms of infrastructure investment and maintenance. And of course, lastly, and this is part of the efforts of what we're trying to do, is raise the awareness about the existence of this plan and some of the tools that are available through it that you can use. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Mangsao. Now we'll get a chance to go through all the highlights and summaries of the panel before we get to questions and discussion. So I'd like to ask Ms. Darcy of PSDI to highlight the importance of the private sector as a financial mechanism for development. Thank you. And by the way, you're free to speak from your table, but if you'd like to use the podium, it's fine with us.
Thanks very much. First, I should say it's such a pleasure to be back in Palau after 5 years of being away, and to reconnect with all of you in person is really fantastic. So then, thank you for your warm welcome. So, can you hear me okay through this mask? Is this clear? Okay. All right, I'll take it off. So yes, I was just saying it's such a pleasure to be back in Palau and to see all of you again in person. Just a clarification. So my name is Laura Darcy, and I'm with a technical assistance facility called the Private Sector Development Initiative, which is co-financed by the Asian Development Bank, the Australian government, and the New Zealand government. So, and we have been going for quite a number of years here, and I think our engagement in Palau started back in, I want to say 2009, 2010. So we've had the opportunity to work quite closely with all of you, and it's been amazing what has been achieved over that time. So I'm just going to say a few words about public-private partnerships and their relevance to the National Infrastructure Investment Program, and how it can be, PPPs can be used to expand the ability of the government to provide that infrastructure. So it's all about really doing more with less. So expanding the financing opportunities, bringing in expertise, and leveraging what the private sector can do to deliver on infrastructure. So what are PPPs? I mean, just very simply, a public-private partnership is a contract. It's in its simplest form. It typically involves the design, the building, the financing, and the operation and maintenance of an infrastructure asset. And once that infrastructure asset is built and financed and operated and maintained, it delivers an output or a service. So in very simple terms, a PPP is a contract. So unlike traditional public procurement, where the government will hire a contractor to, say, build a bridge, and then that bridge is handed over to the public sector to operate, in a public-private partnership, you have the private partner actually building, financing, operating, and maintaining that bridge, and then collecting a fee for operating that asset. So we do have examples of this already in Palau, which I'll come to in a minute. But what Casimir has just described with this National Infrastructure Investment Plan is a perfect foundation for the use of PPPs, because what you want to do is, in an infrastructure program, is be very proactive. You want to identify what your priorities are. Once you know what your priorities are, then you can vet those projects for their suitability to be procured as PPPs. Not all projects can be done as PPPs, but some are very well suited to that modality. And so you already have an excellent starting point to be proactive. This will allow you to, again, to look at the investment program, identify projects that can be done as PPPs, and not be simply reactive to unsolicited proposals that might come to your desk as a minister, as a governor, which we know do happen. So having an infrastructure investment plan is your way of being proactive. So let's look at examples from the NIIP that could potentially be looked at as PPPs. So we had a quick read through it, and you have things in there like new school buildings, a new hospital. Those are things that could be potentially done as PPPs. So where you'd have a private partner coming in, for example, in the case of a hospital, rehabilitating or building a new hospital, and then maintaining that hospital facility over the course of a period of time, and essentially leasing the use of it to the government, who would provide all of the clinical services, all of the staff, et cetera. But the beauty of a mechanism like that is the private sector is incentivized to make sure that the facility is maintained to the right standard over that period of time, so you don't have the problem of something is built and then it deteriorates and has to be rebuilt. Here, the private sector is not going to get paid for the use of that hospital unless it's maintained to a certain standard. And the public sector is going to be providing all the clinical services, the clinical staff, et cetera. So that's a good example of a design, build, finance, operate, and maintain type PPP infrastructure. Other examples in that similar type vein would be, government buildings, school buildings. There are a number of things you could do. The fish auction market potentially could be done this way. You have a good example of a PPP already that you're just in the process of completing at the moment, which is that solar IPP project. So how did that come about? There was an identified need. You certainly have renewable energy targets. Independent power production PPPs are very standard. There's a long history of those around the world. And so what did you do? You specified what was required. You put out a competitive tender, and you now have a commercial operator who's going to come in, build the solar farm. I hope you can still hear me, and sell that power over a period of, I don't know how long, maybe 20 years, to the power utility at a specified rate. And then at the end of that period, the solar farm reverts back to the power utility at, I think, probably cost of zero. But again, an excellent example of how you can leverage expertise from the private sector and financing from the private sector to deliver an infrastructure output that you're after. So, and there will be lots of there's lots of examples of these kinds of projects in your national investment plan. So I guess I'll say the other two, important features of why this is so potentially attractive for Palau is that you have a lot of domestic savings in Palau. I think that was touched on certainly in Casimir's presentation and Kevin's. There's a lot of money here in the Social Security Administration, in the pension fund in particular, that is looking for good investments. And certainly, an investment like a solar farm is attractive to a pension fund because it's a pretty safe, long-term investment with a return that is fairly predictable. Because in a PPP like that, you've signed a contract with the power company and you know how much power you're going to be selling to them, and so you know what your return is going to be. And so it's quite an attractive investment for institutional investors. And then thirdly, and as importantly, these present opportunities for the private sector. You have a domestic private sector here that's got capabilities. They could partner with foreign firms to deliver on some of this infrastructure and certainly provide the operation and maintenance of that infrastructure. So PPPs will not only mobilize savings, but also provide opportunities for the private sector to be engaged and be delivering on some of this infrastructure. So I think maybe the last thing I'll say in closing is, I talked about the foundations of PPP programs, and certainly the National Infrastructure Investment Plan is one of those. But the second and very important one is EO 460, which the President signed just a few months ago. And that is establishing a public-private partnership policy and transparency framework. And why is that important? Because the PPP policy really sets out the blueprint for how PPP projects will be developed, so vetted and developed. What are the principles for screening those projects? Who is going to be involved in doing that? So institutionally, what will that look like? How will different branches of the government work together to be involved in that? So that's a key sort of foundational blueprint for running or starting a PPP program. So that's a really excellent piece of the puzzle. And then what has accompanied that is this PPP transparency framework, which Palau is the first country in the Pacific to develop, and it's a really commendable commitment to ensuring that not only should all PPPs will be competitively tendered, and that is the only way you're sure you're going to get a good value for money is if you put that out to competitive tendering, but also some of the key terms of those PPP contracts will be disclosed. And that helps everyone. It helps the public to benchmark, for the next PPP deal, how do we build upon value for money? If everyone knows, what some of the key terms are, everyone's in a better position. So that transparency can be very, very powerful. So I think it's really to be commended that the Palau government has gone to that step of committing to that transparency and developing the PPP policy, which we are very, very excited to help you implement. So I think that's all I'll say in as a high-level overview for what the foundation that you've established that we are very keen to help you now implement. I'll put the mask back on.
That's mine. Thank you, Laura. At this time, I would like to ask Madam President of the Chamber of Commerce, Irene Olgril, to give us the perspective of the private sector in the challenges of borrowing, the constraints, and what conditions might help with that. Adang, Sulang.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, Vice President, Minister of Finance, is it okay if I just sit here and malkloul I have a nice conversation? I think most Palauans here know me. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I speak from the heart. So I do believe that my husband and I, when we relocated back home to Palau in 2019, I do believe that it was God's calling for me to lead the Palau Chamber of Commerce. So I'm very grateful to all the members of the Palau Chamber of Commerce who have put their trust in me to represent them here today. And as you all know, we represent the private sector. And so I don't have any fancy PowerPoint, but I will share with you that I do believe that the only way to build a stronger economy in Palau is to grow our private sector and to help to bring our public sector to a practical size. And I really do enjoy Director Kashmir opening this panel by letting us know that it is important to think about our national infrastructure. I do believe that that is our number one critical concern. The President and his team has enabled us to remain COVID safe. And of course, the Ministry of Health is helping us to think about being healthy and staying safe. So right now with us inside our own small island nation, when I look around, it is really important now to think about national infrastructure and how we could work together to improve it. So the NIIP, National Infrastructure and Implementation Projects, or is it National Infrastructure and Investment Plan? But it really touches my heart when Ms. Darcy talks about PPP, the letter P for Palau, Pristine Paradise Palau, PPP. And now, with COVID forcing us to come to this state of our economy, now we can really think about public-private partnerships. And in fact, for foreigners who have not heard this before, and this is my song to all Palau Chamber of Commerce members, our natural cultural way of solving problems in Palau is working together. That is truly our Klebelau way of doing things. When there's a national disaster, we don't really say, oh, well, he's in government and she's in private sector. We take everything we have, we jump on board, and we all help each other. So thank you, Ms. Darcy, for that PPP. I'm very happy to share with you that the constraints to the private sector development are very clear. And I think with our PPP going forward, we will all be able to resolve these constraints and take actions to improve going forward for the betterment of all who live in Palau, Palauans and foreigners alike. So the number one constraint that I see is interest rates for businesses or commercial developments. I know I've had wonderful conversations with Claire of National Development Bank and her team, and so I do understand the reasons behind that. So hopefully we could work together to find ways to lower and have better interest rates for small businesses to begin. I know that there are Palauans who find it easier to go to the US and buy homes there because the interest rate is more affordable for what they earn. So hopefully, Minister of Finance, we could work together towards a goal where Palauans could buy a home here with a lot, whether it's in a subdivision or it's on a private land. I don't care where, but it's their land in Palau, so to be able to afford to build or to buy a home. And then they can have the possibility much easier to start a business. The other constraint or perhaps a wish for private sector is for the commercial banks to maybe start providing financial seminars. They're not provided in Palau. And I find that financial literacy is probably the #1 obstacle to the local population when it comes to starting businesses. It's the Palau Chamber of Commerce, the community college. We can only provide what we can in terms of training, but I do believe it would be very helpful also for Bank of Hawaii, if EJ is here, and also Bank of Guam and Bank Pacific, yes, to start providing regular financial seminars, free of charge. Why not? So that way the community can start to be more involved and be more interested to learn about financial literacy. And perhaps have some staff be available to advise when people want to come and apply for loans. I'm really supportive of those who are interested to start small businesses. So, the financial literacy, when it comes to the topic of learning numbers and business, I'm often reminded by the parable of the talents, which is a little story in the Bible. When 3 servants are given talents, given 1, another is given 2, and another is given 5. And so I teach my young entrepreneurs who want to do startups and nonprofits to always remember that you have to look around first and see inward and around yourself what gifts, what talents you've been given, and what to do with those gifts and talents. So if you're given a gift and you're not a talent and you do not put it to use, then you might as well not even think about starting a startup, because it's important to use the talents that you are given. And I'm also reminded of my cousin, Raaseng Inacio Anastasio. As I was growing up with these self-made entrepreneurs around me, scolding me a lot and helping me to grow, to understand business, he often said, "Irene, there's one problem in Palau. We raise our children to just depend on us, and we do everything for them, instead of raising them like the Chinese. The Chinese raise their children to know how to count numbers and how to, survive. If in case we're dead, they need to be able to survive." And so yes, I have always been an entrepreneur at heart, and I am trying my best to help our Palauan young people to know that it is important to learn the skills of business. It's not only important to go to school and learn theory and learn to read and write. It's important to learn math and to learn numbers and how to survive if in case you don't end up getting a job in the government. Then you can learn to use your talents and gifts to start a business. Before you think that I'm anti-government, I'm not. Let me have a drink of water. The government is very important. The government is there to provide services, especially for those, as the President had reminded us, those who are weak, vulnerable amongst us. We all need to help to bring them up to a standard where they can be able also to survive well. So I'm really, really appreciative of this PPP idea, public-private partnerships. Now, I know that the National Development Bank of Palau has perhaps some limitations on it, imposed on it by law. So I'm hoping that perhaps leadership, especially the legislative branch, our National Congress, would also look into ways to help the National Development Bank be able to also help the people in the communities to be more able to start businesses, small businesses. Then another constraint I see in the private sector is I know the National Congress introduced the building codes, the national building codes, but it has not been passed. And I do know that it puts maybe a lot more cost on construction companies, like my cousin Vance here. And it's tough, but I think we have to look at the overall country as a whole and see what we can do together, private sector and public sector, to help to implement some standard of codes that will help the private sector to be able to just focus on, let's run our businesses and not worry that we're going to overflow the sewer treatment or we're going to, exceed capacity. We need to work together. Private sector as well needs to provide and share their expertise to government too. Cost of imported materials, supplies, food, that's another constraint on the private sector development. I know that we've always been, as the Palau Chamber of Commerce private sector representatives, being perceived as, we're businesses, we just think of numbers and dollars, and that we're only partners with Ministry of Finance and Minister Matul on development and tourism. But we're actually very much open and have started our partnerships with Minister Obiang for infrastructure projects. And also, we recently started building a strong partnership with MOF, Ministry of Agriculture, Fishing, and Environment. We all realize that with COVID, the impacts of COVID has forced us to look inward into our domestic industries and see how we can work together to provide and to support and be able to build our domestic industries when it comes to aquaculture and agriculture and environment as well. One example is, if you have an abandoned aquaculture farm, it's not a waste. We can turn it into a meditation garden, a botanical garden, or something that is of use and can be also a small business for a Palauan who owns that land. Then we have, now I think the most critical to the private sector is labor. Although Palau has enjoyed labor by foreign individuals who are less expensive, I really do agree with the President that we have to bring up our local labor as well. And not only the minimum wage, but really, more importantly, on capacity building in terms of training. So we appreciate and will always be grateful for expertise coming from outside. But I do know that there are Palauan young people, adults, who are working outside for Google and Facebook and all these big companies in the US. I myself, if I were in the US, I would be earning a certain amount and being able to survive just like any other American. So I do believe that we need to help our local communities, our people, to build capacity in training and expertise to be able to develop as part of the private sector. The private sector companies are very open to hire local people, but they need expertise, they need skilled labor. And it doesn't take only the private sector to train their own people, I believe it is a PPP. It's a public-private partnership to help one another, to bring the people who are here, who love to live in Palau, be able to build businesses and have expertise on island for infrastructure projects. I think that's it. For me, on infrastructure and economy, I am looking forward to a very successful 2022 with PPP in place, that we can all work together to make sure that PPP, Pristine Paradise Palau, can also recover from COVID and especially begin with a successful production of domestic industries and be able to be a part of the global economy when it comes to exports and other means of revenues. Tourism will always be there, but we want also to include other means of private sector and public sector partnerships for the economy to recover. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olgueril. Mr. President, may I have an opinion on that? Ladies and gentlemen of the panel, while I am the moderator and the MC, you are bound to 5 minutes, and you are bound to the descriptions I ask you to describe. If you go far beyond that, you will be removed from this panel from the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you. So, we've heard the challenges from the private sector, the Chamber of Commerce, in the constraints of borrowing. Let's hear from Bank of Hawaii, Manager E.J. Ozu, on how lending, what he sees to be able to improve the lending institutions in Palau. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for having me. Again, E.J. Ozu from Bank of Hawaii. Very excited, I should say, about the Palau Goods and Services Tax. But before the media misquotes me, I'm not excited to pay more taxes. But what I am excited about is the financial reporting that should increase, that the banks will have access to, so we can make better lending decisions. We are a commercial bank. We are here to lend money. We want to lend money. We just need more information to make better decisions. Because we're not a development bank, we're not an investment bank, we really are here for established businesses that have strong track records so we can evaluate their businesses. This Palau Goods and Services Tax should help with that tremendously. I'm really interested to see what kind of reporting will be required by our businesses to see if that really will give us what we need to be able to evaluate the risk and forecast companies and their performances so we can lend more. But with knowing the time constraints and limited, I won't take up any more of your time. I'll surrender the rest of my time back to Irene so she won't get kicked off. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ozu. And I remind you that after these brief descriptions, we'll get into the actual discussion. So at this time, I'd like to ask Madam Claire Harvey of the NDBP to describe how the deepening enterprise record keeping is expected with the full implementation of the PGST to support improved loan approval potentials for affected businesses. And please do add comments to the Bank of Hawaii and commercial banking lending that's been already made. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an absolute pleasure and a privilege to be here. EJ stole a little bit of my thunder when he was talking about PGST, but one of the things that struck me, I was meeting with a client the last couple of days and we were talking about expanding his business. And then that conversation changed and we were talking about business opportunities. And we started to list down business opportunities in Palau. And we were going, someone could do this, someone could do this. And by the time we'd finished, we had about 15 different business opportunities. And then I was further reminded by the President's remarks around this is a land of opportunity. And then to hear Director Casimir say there are 71 infrastructure projects totaling, I think if I got it right, $561 million. Hands up somebody in this room that doesn't want to be part of that. That's opportunity. Oh, sorry. And the only way we're going to have opportunity is if we have really good financial reporting. So my first slide in my career is no one that I've ever met in business has ever said, let me pay more tax than I need to. Or let me claim back less tax than I need to because I know the government needs more tax. One of my passions in my career as a banker has been we should celebrate paying tax. We should stand on the highest hill and go, I pay tax. And I pay tax because I'm a successful business. If you're losing money, you don't pay tax. So I'm a great supporter of two new pieces of legislation that have passed. One is the Palau GST and the other is the business profits tax. And the reason I'm supporting that is as a banker, I believe we're going to get much more accurate reporting. The advent of PGST will mean more in-depth record keeping will need to be maintained. And people are horrified. Oh my God, I'm going to have to spend hours keeping these records. I'm going to have to hire more staff to keep these records. Now the issue with this is it doesn't have to be expensive. You can have a simple spreadsheet, or you can use a cash book, or you can use a current accounting program. For example, I maintain my own business in New Zealand and I maintain my GST records. It is a simple Excel spreadsheet. And if you came to me at any time during the year and said, this is a cattle ranch I have, how much did you spend on animal health? I could tell you. How much did you spend on transport? How much did you spend on making baleage or silage? I can use my GST reports to tell me. And that's just, I do it from here and I load it into the Inland Revenue in New Zealand online. So it doesn't have to be difficult. The other aspect of this is, and I know from talking to Minister Udui, that they are going to do training in this reporting. Also remember that SBDC provides training in so many business sides of business, including bookkeeping, understanding your financials, business plans. Accurate record keeping. What does this do for me? It means you can monitor the progress of your business. You can identify whether your business is profitable or not. I remember having a conversation with one of our customers. Can you tell me whether your business is making money or not? I have no idea whether it's making a profit. I know there's money in the till or there's money coming in, I take it out. Now, if you don't understand whether your business is making money, sometimes you're just going to work for the government because you're just going to pay tax. It will help you save time and save money. It will help you make better decisions knowing what your financial situation is. We had a client who we were looking at their financial information and there was this odd figure of $200,000. Loans to employees. So we said to the business owner, tell us about these over $200,000 loans to employees. And the owner said, what's that? And I said, well, this is money from your business that you've lent to your employees. I've never lent any money to an employee. But what was happening is someone in the business was acting as the bookkeeper cum accountant, and was lending out money. And then when we investigated a little bit further, half of the loans to these employees, the employees were no longer in Palau. So how do you collect that money? So as a business owner, I beg, implore you, understand your financials inside out, back to front, check them weekly, bi-weekly, monthly. Know where your money's going. My other point is, are you working for your business, or is your business working for you? And quite often as the development bank, we have people come in and their only source of repayment from the business is their income they get from their job within the government. Now, that's not making people wealthier. It's not allowing people to have more discretionary income. Your business should be working for you. You should know every week, every bi-week, how much you want to take out of your business to support the lifestyle that you want. The other thing, having good, strong financials, it will assist you plan for those tax payments. Tax should never be a shock. You know that you have to pay tax quarterly, whether it's SS, income tax, you're going to have to pay GST. It shouldn't come as a shock. You should have money in the bank account to already cover that. Now, my personal philosophy is, with my GST, when I sell anything, I put, well, in New Zealand, the tax rate's 15%. 15% of what I get goes into a separate account to pay my tax. 30% of any income, because we have a higher tax rate, goes into my personal tax account. And so I know every year there's money available. The other thing you want to do is maximize all the expenses you can claim. So I'm begging everybody in business, do not wait till December 2022 to suddenly go, GST starting in January 2023, what do I do? Start now. You've got 12 months, just over 12 months, to get things ready so that it doesn't become a shock. Lastly, as a banker, what are the benefits and good financials? We see a lot of financials come through our office that really are a lot of black ink on white paper that aren't particularly meaningful. So we've tended to move, rather than looking at the financials which should repay loans, we tend to become a bit more of a securitized lender. So that's where we end up taking mortgages over land. We need your financials to... We don't want to sell your property. We don't want to sell your house. We don't want to sell your boat. We want you to come in and make your repayments every bi-week or every month. The other thing about good financials, the more in depth they are and the more you know about them, the more money we can lend to you. Thirdly, we want to have a really great conversation with you. But we can't if your financials are superficial. It makes it difficult for us to work with you. You can't, the fourth thing is, business cannot stand still. If you want to be part of this growth and you want to be part of this $500 odd million, then you have to invest in your business. Too often we see businesses where their capital structure is exactly the same as it was 10 years ago. So every item of cash is coming out of the business and you have to reinvest to grow a business. We'll help you grow your businesses. One comment I have is NDBP probably declines, I think last count, less than 2% of loan applications that come across its desk. And we decline loan applications for 3 reasons. 1, the business financials don't make sense. 2, there's a poor credit history. Or 3, there's insufficient security. So as a banker, and I'm sure EJ will say the same, we are here to help. We need the businesses to do their part. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. This time, I'd like to ask our last presenter for the panelists is Mr. Vance Polycarp of the FIC to explain the role of the FIC in regulating financial institutions and the soundness of stability of financing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'll try to keep it short. I know you're probably all hungry already. It's lunch. So the role of the Financial Institution Commission is basically regulating, monitoring, and making sure that the financial institutions or the financial industry is in solvency, meaning that we monitor the bank's growth, the loan packages, their mortgages, et cetera, but regulations and policies are in place to make sure that they're in line with the financial institutions' regulation policies. Sorry. So basically, that's us. We don't go in and micromanage them or anything. I think they have their own internal policies that they follow, and we just make sure that those policies are met and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Polycarp. Now, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, it is a working lunch. Please do enjoy the lunch while we move forward with our panel discussions. So, at this time, I'd like to ask the technical staff to be ready with the microphones, and we'll open discussion. We do have an allotted 10 minutes, but we can work with it. A little bit more is okay. I know there's a lot of thoughts brewing in there from these summaries. So if anybody has a question or wants to discuss with the panelists of the topics, please raise your hand.
Malungil 12 nga ka Ivan Ueda dito questions nga awan namora Kashmir yawan al general question for the whole panel. There is an ongoing Lurir al-Maral Bangla State will develop master plans, and in that development, they're supposed to be identifying priority in terms of CIPs from the state, vision, MOF national. So my question is, how does that fit into the plan that you were talking about? And then number 2 question nga role ra FIB in this discussion.
Sir Ivan, for the question, Malungil. In fact, the NIIP has been focused at the national level and the national projects. So there is indeed a plan, helping with the states developing not only their national, their plans, but as well as their land use plans in particular. So in short answer, why say that the state plans can complement, hopefully some of these projects that are listed in the NIIP are actually also benefit the states. So I think it's a very good question, because it will be important for the states to know what at the national level, what are some of the projects that are being proposed that would have an impact on them, and perhaps maybe would even reduce their investments or infrastructure investments. And so I would recommend that they certainly look to see how their projects that they're envisioning can complement or support the planned project at the national level. This project, to the extent that it can contribute to more than just the state itself, I think there's an opportunity for certainly at the national level to participate, to support in terms of financing some of these projects, to see how. I think that opportunity is always there. Sula.
Halakoradi Evan Morcelle, FIB question. Ivan, I'm very happy that you're on the FIB board. Okay, I'll change to English. So, from what I've gathered, what I've studied on the FIB law, legislation, and what I've learned from the leaders who enacted the legislation in the beginning is it has a very good intent and a very good purpose. But over the years, it has been sort of misinterpreted, or, people don't really understand what the purpose of the FIB legislation is. And so my take on the FIB law is, I now know that our Palawan culture, kita adabela mal hospitable, we would give you our last shirt for free. We just give. That's our, traditional way. Yagukar atra outside world, foreign developed countries are like, survival mode, man for himself, more individualistic, survival mode. So we have a big gap there that a lot of misunderstandings about the FIB law has come to surface. And so my little request is for all of us who are in the private sector and those who are in the FIB board and Congress to really take the FIB law and study it again and perhaps see what we can improve now that we have gone through these tough times with COVID, and see what we can do to really strengthen our domestic industries and see what we can do to improve our labor and workforce to provide for domestic businesses. First, it's kind of I consider COVID like a blessing because it's forced us to look inward, reflect on what our assets are. And as I tell my startup entrepreneurs, your biggest asset is time. Time. What can we do to first strengthen our domestic industries inside Palau? Then it'll be a lot easier to deal with foreign investment legislation and see how we can invite foreign investment much better.
I'm just add on to what Irene was saying. I think the FIB process and certainly the applications, this provides an opportunity to see how we can leverage those investments, or at least those intended investments, with the NIIP, and actually it's the other way around. Over the years, we've talked about environmental impact statements, and for FIB or for FIAC companies to help pay for the cost of the infrastructure, associated with those planned private sector investments. I think there's really an opportunity, and perhaps looking at the proposed development sort of committee that review the projects and to update the plan on an annual basis going forward. I think there should be some sort of linkages or working relationship with the FIB to see how proposed investments can be used both ways and be beneficial for both ways, with the aim of ultimately reducing the overall investment costs. Sula.
I'm really swellable. And I got two questions. One is directed at Director Rasmir. And first, I'd like to say I really appreciate how you're very methodical in your method and how you present and how you follow through. You're not too proud enough that you can actually admit where you don't know, and then you're willing to pick up the fragments of information and put them together before you present. So that we appreciate. The question is, your NIIP project sounds very sustainable if appropriated in the right way. And my question is, can you please work in there the Klobar Belao, all the elders in each community where all these sites are, and actually implement them? Because before Palau became this publicly known pristine paradise, we were still a beautiful island back then. And when I listen to the stories from the grandfathers and grandmothers of old, they always say the same thing. Each family had responsibilities. People that live in certain pieces of the land took care of certain parts of the land, and that created this beautiful ecosystem from where the springs originated on top of the hillside all the way down. There's these multiple ecosystems along the way. There's shrimp, there's fish, there's model, all sorts of beautiful creatures. That would be nice to bring back, because that's the story that many tour guides give stories to tourists, but nobody sees it. They hear nothing but words. Yet the locals, if you find the local kids that were born and raised here, they'll walk you through the jungle, through the bushes, and they'll show you the rivers, the waters, the ones that we heard about from olden days. So it'd be nice if that can be implemented, kind of bring the community in instead of this being just a political effort, have it more of a community effort that's tangible with the future alongside the government. So that's my question to you. And the second part question is for the panel. And this is in regards of this statement about having standards promoted in Palau, construction standards. With my personal background, I was in the union in the States. I was in IBEW, which is one of the world's largest electoral unions. And when I went up the ladder, I started working directly with NECA. NECA is a NCCA, it's National Contractors Association of America. They're the ones that set the standards. So I implore to you, in this small nation, please don't adopt a foreign country's standards. Please call forth all the construction companies that are in Palau and have them develop our own standards, because that is a huge money-making system. In the States, every single state that we're in, we're partners with a major bank, either with Chase or Wells Fargo. We're always partners with them with our development because our turnout always follows through. There's three main branches to standards. There's legislative, there's implementation, then there's enforcement. Those three aspects bring in millions, if not billions of dollars every single year. Implementation teaches the schools. Legislation is the one that introduces the laws and the standards that are physical. For enforcement, it would be like OSHA. But if we adopt, it's like the same problem that we keep repeating over and over, putting the carriage before the horse. So before anything is implemented, please include the rest of the people in this country, because it gets harder for us to keep watching all this millions of dollars being discussed, and it comes right past the locals' hands and straight into foreign investors and foreign, it's just, there needs to be some sort of accountability and sense of investment from the local hands on a personal level. So that was the second part question. It was to the banks mainly, is how do you see the feasibility of working implementing standards on a national scale that would benefit the local industry and alongside the banks?
Thank you. That's a question we've grappled with for I'm not sure how many years. It's one of the things that we're a bank, we're a financier. We deal with money. I know nothing, well, no, I know a little bit about construction. I know you build walls, you put a roof on, you put doors in a window, but I wouldn't be able to go out and look at a house and tell you whether it was well constructed or not. It's an issue that we're constantly thinking about. How do we implement some kind of standard? But one of the key things is, how do we implement a standard and then the cost of a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house doesn't skyrocket and go out of the average person's ability to repay? So it's not just about standards, it's about you've got to weigh both of these things up. And, I actually got a meeting next week with a group of people to discuss this and see if we can come up with some possible ideas. But the one thing that is critical is that the price of a house doesn't go through the roof. Because otherwise we're just going to end up with people that can't afford a home. So, it's whether that's the cost of importing, whether we can look at different construction methods. But it is an issue that I know the OEK and others have been grappling with for some time. And I don't have the answer.
Thank you, Madam Harvey. We have a raise of hands, so we'll limit to one more, and then we'll move to the next. Just One more. The microphone. Now, I'd ask if you could phrase your questions short. Get to the point.
Will Shelby kulangit diktung okle. Kung ada tu lendi asyik mod orang mesel mori utikal pangarwa pelatang artiang. Ngaringia erul grigel atanga mora Kashmir, atanga mora Okif. Ma agrigel mora Kashmir ator belau, amor Okif ator am grigel. Ako ta mesel ka ako kol all taigel ke ka karar wala auror rablu facilities, structure. Aigel ngarap plan. Kaul oltel kini lauror belau. Rokuil wasem blaing rail. Aigen ngaringi amok tekel morol kirel. Lo san sungum ko amrura rail mal embai braran. Ngarti agi del point A ma point B. Ngani amok tekel ngi, ngani apply, ngari atalang ok, ngari aurora kaisai. Meng usil time. Ngaringi kay kakar belau, ablur belau. El kirela kaisai. My future was in 10 years, 20 years, 5 years. El gira igar rogul togor auror, igal morul facilities ma project. Amngat mokra igigit. Segida hale kritial el toram rigel ukmoren kel taraad sen mongerede. This question is directed to Mr. O'Keefe. I see that there is a Palau tourism plan. And you know, I talked to you at the back that there was once a 2020 plan, development before Palau, of which I chair, from 1989 to 1993. $4 million were spent from US government, UN, and Palau. It's 2020 last year. It didn't do anything. So the question I'm asking you as an economist, and I don't know whether you know this or not. There are over 20 lawyers in Palau. There's over 20 doctors in Palau. There's not one single economist in the government of Palau. So I'm asking you, don't you think we have to have a development plan or long-term plan for like 10 years, 20 years, in which all this infrastructure, tourism, must come together to set the goals and objectives of the country to be accomplished in so many years. And another question, don't you think it's important for the government and the leadership to have certain amount of discipline to enact a plan, to follow, to review, and to implement? The floor is yours.
Question in short, so there's two questions that you posed. One is there, and please correct me if I'm wrong, basically is there a rationale for the identified projects? And two, were there consideration for ensuring and evaluating projects over time? In other words, when the roads that we're building right now or is proposed in the plan, what's the rationale? Why are you building the road? Who is it benefiting? And certainly, you build a road and maybe it's now going nowhere, so so it's just a waste of money. Okay. With those two, I guess the answer to the first one is yes, there is a rationale for the proposed projects. Cal project direct lulmes na existing looked at the national plans and may tuy sel guk me moktegram national master development plan. Direct legislature time yung tuy like el dos sectoral plans. Mang gel sector ko domes sa agriculture direct liliak ng anya kok strategy ra rolela agriculture. One of the key element ra the agriculture strategy, of course, food sustain, food security, sustainable livelihoods, ay key components ringi. May the proposed projects am leu tuira ay the daswa. Selsegan masekang relevant over time. Tial project ay dulmarak masingigel those pay over the next 10 years. So at minimum, got expected masegal project na those pay all time. Within 10 years from now, those pay in 10 years from now, they're still relevant. I hope that answers the question.
Hindi ako satisfied di ba elbong giltaro ba eh.
Irmang kamsaulal ko reminder kita about looking long term. At director ako ng nga kalukatital gibel to what he said. All Michael infrastructure ang man maklo to taler el Alzheimer belaw. Len suatalom karo like al domestic industry circuit. Suataro ko mo sa edel nga niya made in Palau products and services. Mandirekal tial katalala compact road ang maral mo. Akmal maral makatalala opportunities at te al left and right el marulak mong ngarang. Saya ko radim leswakal remindering.
Sorry to take the time from the panel, but I'll ask for the... on the first question, should there be a plan, should there be a planning process? Normally when you ask an economist, should there be a long-term plan, should there be a central planning process? They'll say it should be moved more towards from planning to strategy. Be shorter in its comprehensiveness and be shorter in its time frame. But when it comes to a master plan for Palau tourism, because we're talking about land use, we're identifying special areas, special zones for development, we think it's absolutely important to have a tourism master plan that's consistent with the government's overall economic strategy. Now, whether it shouldn't be for, whether it has a vision of 20 years, maybe, but it has to be revisited very frequently. Otherwise, it ends up on the shelf, long forgotten, particularly when government changes. So it should be incumbent upon each government coming in to reassert and reestablish where it's going within that longer-term master plan. The second question is, should Palau have its own capacity and have its own economist? The answer is no. Should be more than one. Should be several, should be a team. And I think the Minister of Finance has a vision for that already. And he does have young economists that are just coming into government, working on this symposium. And we're very happy to see that. We're very happy to work with them. But I would never limit it to one.
Thank you, Mr. O'Keefe. And ladies and gentlemen, we'd have to put this discussion to a close. The questions in the discussion have been documented by the technical staff, and we'll be moving forward to the next panel. So I'd like to please give a round of applause to our experts. Thank you for giving the time and the opening discussions for this symposium. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Director Amangsao to stay. He's in the next panel. There has been a slight change to the program. The Pristine Palau presentation that was supposed to take place after this has been canceled because our presenter, Mr. Ron Lydek, just came back from expedition. He's got a bit of a flu, and apologize to everyone, Mr. President. So we will be moving to the next panel. I will ask the moderator, Mr. O'Keefe, who will moderate the fiscal responsibility and debt management discussion that is themed Mapping Sustainable Recovery. Just to inform everyone, Honorable Senator Inabo is excused from this panel as she has session, and Dr. Sturton will replace her in discussions. So without further ado, please, Mr. Moderator O'Keefe, if we can start. Thank you. Yep. You're welcome to sit at the table or at the podium. Test. I'd like to ask the moderator and the panel that while we saved a bit of time with the cancellation of the other presentation, we are still behind schedule. So if we can keep the detailed explanation to a minimum, and to ask the audience if you can phrase your questions as briefly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. We're going to try to cut this, try to get you caught up on time. Let me go to the slideshow. Fiscal responsibility and debt management passed as one law. It's really two topics. We'll cover it as two topics. Fiscal responsibility acts have been kind of a desired best practice, particularly in the Pacifics, since New Zealand entered into this in the mid-90s and Cook Islands in the early 2000s. Now, Palau benefits from kind of leveraging the laws and the structure that's been used in other Pacific Island countries, but they haven't just adopted what those other countries use. They've adapted it to their own budget cycle, to their own capacity, to their own ability to do the accountability and reporting. So what we're going to show today is a very kind of high-level summary of what's in the Act and what the expectations are. Now, I don't know if there's any members of the OEK still here. I understand they may be in joint session. But this Act is a great gift to the legislature and a great burden to the executive. I can't say it any other way. When we were working, helping the executive come up with these ideas, we warned them. We challenged them, and we said they needed to be prepared, because the added burden of accountability, reporting, timely economic reporting, matching the budget to the fiscal strategy, etc., all falls on the executive. All filters down from the vision of the president and his cabinet, all comes through in the documents, and then it's handed as a gift. I wish I knew the Palauan word, to the legislature. It improves their ability in oversight. It improves their depth of knowledge if they choose to take advantage of it. And it also gives them a little bit of a club if the government is not fully fulfilling the commitments that are now there in law. Now, having said that, we think it's totally worth it. It puts Palau at a higher level, not only of accountability between executive and legislature, but accountability to the public, because the documents that are made available to the legislature also go on website. We also think it's preparing Palau to be accountable to the international bond markets. Now, they're not out there in the international bond markets now, but this is the kind of governance, fiscal governance regime that's part of a review, a credit rating review. And so Palau is putting its step forward before any credit rating agencies may be invited. But again, it's putting Palau on a better foot. So the Fiscal Responsibility Act starts with principles, and those principles are very high level. They're not specific, they don't have numbers. They're aspirational in expressing what good fiscal governance would be. Now, we're currently in a period where the principles are not being adhered to. Not because the government chooses not to follow, but because COVID has hit. So the size of the deficit, for example, having followed years of surplus, needs to be repaired. And obviously the government has to take some time for the recovery to come in place. So the law is not a death penalty. The law it allows for flexibility. It allows the government, the executive, to come to the legislature to announce to the public that, hey, in this area, fiscal balance, and this other area, external debt, we're currently not in compliance with our best practice principles. But over the next 2, 3, 4 years, this is our plan to get back on track to recover from the COVID-19 impacts. Now, inside the law, there's some new reporting that didn't used to exist, the implementation and reporting framework. There's a fiscal strategy that we anticipate only to be once every 4 or even 8 years. It's not something that's being done every year, it's being done every administration or into the administration. Then there is an annual reporting cycle that's just a little bit different than what was there before and a little bit more comprehensive. And then there's the plan to have the budget include everything that passes through the national government, including grants, programs and services, so that when the budget is passed and promulgated, the legislature has the entire picture and the public can see the entire budget. So right now, for example, if you have a federal program with a US federal agency, that typically doesn't flow through the budget. And that information is therefore not very transparent. And we will hear complaints from the various committees in the OEK, hey, you're spending all this money, we don't know about it. But you're asking for all this money, we don't know if it's duplicating or if it's complementing or whether there are changes in your budget which we can't see. So the best practice is to have a universal or comprehensive budget and to have it all be up to the standard that, that Palau has tried to adopt through the Fiscal Responsibility Act. So what are the principles? And I'm sorry, this is very much text and words. Managing the operating expenditures over the medium term within revenues and within the rate of growth of the economy. So what this is really is saying is the government will not grow faster than the economy, and the government will not run deficits over the medium term. They may have to run deficits in a year or 2 years as they have because of COVID, but they'll find a way to get back on track. And when the economy is growing, they won't grow faster than the economy. So they'll try to keep government from going back to being more dominant, allowing the private sector to drive growth. Managing net capital and financial assets, including the trust fund, to achieve rising net national worth. Now, if you're an operator of a company or corporation, you look at your balance sheet. You look at what's happening to the bottom line in terms of operating revenues and expenses, but you also look at what's happening to the bottom line in terms of assets and liabilities. And this is basically the government saying, we're going to manage ourselves with a target to becoming increasingly better off over time. Now, you have to do that by investing in capital, by fixing capital that's already there, keeping it in good repair, and replacing depreciated capital, plus running a balanced or surplus budget. Manage the revenue regime to best fit the structure of the economy. Guess what? Palau has just done that. It doesn't start until FY23, but the new tax regime is a substantially better fit with Palau's economy than the old regime that was a good fit with the TT days. And finally, Palau has kind of put its tax regime closer to the best fit for the structure of its economy. One example of that is out of the increase in tax revenues that's expected, the tourists, when we're back to full tourism, will pay most of that increase. They'll pay a good share of that increase. And the residents won't have to pay much of that increase at all. So the balance is shifting slightly towards taxation of the tourism sector. And remember, the tourism sector doesn't do any good if it doesn't benefit the people and the government to be able to address other priorities. Manage debt prudently was the third one. manage reserves and insurance coverage. Now this is really trying to put away a rainy day fund and to have maybe Palau's own trust fund for climate resilience. There's a long phrase there that's basically saying, run your state-owned enterprises well. And finally, manage your fiscal risks and contingent liabilities prudently or well. These principles, you notice there's no numbers, they're just aspirational. Kind of like do a good job of running government, follow best practice. When you fall out, describe how you're going to get back. The fiscal strategy is a document that an administration would hold to, and it creates goals and fiscal policies to achieve those goals over a longer period of time, not just a single budget. The budget and reporting components that are new, the same model that we used to create the presentation this morning with different assumptions put in, is actually what's meant to drive the beginning of the budgetary process each year. You see it says there, use the model to establish a fiscal envelope. Now the goal here is to have the fiscal envelope be non-political, to be technically driven. So there's no notion that the executive will put forward a budget for X million and the OEK will say, well, we want to expend an extra 10%, so we're just going to put the revenue forecast up. The goal is to kind of keep the revenue forecast as a technically driven exercise rather than having it be influenced by politics. Can it be overridden? Yes. But if it is overridden, the public will know, each branch will know what's going on. Then, as always, there's a budget call. There's an annual economic and fiscal update, which the government has been doing in a certain form, and it's just going to be a little bit more formalized. And the government already has the capacity to do that, but to improve it, the minister's team needs to put a little bit more effort into the process, a little bit more analytical effort into the process. There's a budget statement, and of course there's the President's State of the Republic address. All of these are meant to be complementary so that fiscal strategy, economic and fiscal update, budget request, and the actual items of the budget are consistent. There's a notion of having a half-yearly update. That's probably optional. But in the case of Palau, that would come around July or August before the fiscal year is over. And imagine if it's been a good year, there may be some bounty that can be expended for priority. If it's been a bad year, it may be reducing the appropriations or eliminating certain parts of the budget in the last 2 or 3 months of the fiscal year. I've already talked about comprehensive budgets. I'm going to stop here with this picture. So again, going from your left to right, there are two sort of fixed things on the left. The fiscal responsibility principles, we wouldn't anticipate that those would change. Those are law. And they're not only to be followed, but also to be aspired to in the case of the principles. The fiscal strategy would change every 4 or 5 or more years, but not more often. And then there's the annual cycle. And it's not totally different than what Palau has been used to, but there's a little bit more depth, a little bit more detail, and hopefully more connection between the fiscal strategy and the final budgets each year. So let me stop there and ask the Director Casimir to describe the executive deliberations and their reasons for adopting and plans for implementing. And I think he's going to speak for the legislature as well. He's going to put his chairwoman in Abo hat on.
Thank you, Kevin. No, basin di ako hayak. Malmon do atora merigelak adi ondir kanya okya kargit. In a nutshell, I think Kevin has articulated very well what the FRF is. And I guess to start off with, and let me first congratulate the President and certainly this is a long time coming, and I think going forward, I mean, we're setting a standard here. So in a nutshell, what the FRF framework does, to us at Finance, what it does, and Kevin has said, it establishes a very clear link between all the steps. So before, we're supposed to, the President is supposed to provide a State of the Republic address. And then you have your performance reports. And then you have your performance review. And then you have your budget call. And you have your budget request. And you have your budget submission. And this process, the FRF now very clearly, we believe, articulates and connects them very well. It rationalizes everything. So think of it this way. Now, we're required, the Ministry of Finance, the executive branch is required to provide an economic report at the beginning of the year. And right now we're looking at every March. The reason why we look at every March is because we rely on the financial statements of not only the government entities, but as well as the component units. Those basically become available at the end of January or end of December. Most of them are calendar years. So we have that data that's available, Social Security is available, so then we start compiling the numbers. So the idea is to have an economic report, and what that economic report does, it tells us how we did last year, how the economy performed the year before, and then basically gives us an idea of, so what's our outlook? This is how it performs, so this is what we think is going to happen. And based on what we believe the economic activity is, or how strong, whether we're going to grow or not, that informs our revenue estimates. With those estimates of economic or level of economic activity, we're able to then estimate revenues that may become available for the year, for the upcoming fiscal year. Those revenue estimates then basically sets the stage for the budget. They set the ceiling for the budget. That report also helps the President in his State of the Republic address say, this is what happened last year, this is what we believe is going to happen, and therefore these are the programs and services we want to do, and this is how it's going to be supported. Okay? Right after that, then you have the budget call. We can issue the budget call. In the budget call, we already have an idea of what the ceiling or how much money we can expect or we anticipate to collect and therefore be able to spend. Now, the State of the Republic has also identified what are the priorities and what we need to do. So the budget activity, when the budget call is issued, those are the mandates, those are communicated to every budget activity. Budget activity then prepares a budget in line with what the expectations are and within the ceilings established by the fiscal envelope or what we anticipate the revenues that we're going to collect or is going to be available for the government to collect. The half-year economic and fiscal update, basically what it does, and that's toward the end of the year, toward the end of the fiscal year, is then we're now expected, we need to come back and look at our initial estimates. Because remember, the numbers that we used for the economic report that was in March was based on the prior year data. So it gave us an idea of what actually happened, and we were able to then project what we anticipate would be for the current year. Well, the half-year update is intended for us to go back and look at those assumptions and see if they're still relevant. Do we need to make any changes? And this is especially important, especially because we would be starting a new fiscal year using figures that were based on our look earlier in the year. So if we see that there may be changes, that our outlook has changed, that perhaps we're not going to do as well as what we thought we were going to do, it gives us an opportunity to start planning and making adjustments. That way we don't wait until the end of the fiscal year or the following year to make adjustments, because then you would be, most budgeted activities would be in full operations, they would be implementing their plans. And if they're not given a heads up, you know, like, look, you're not going to have as much money as we thought you were going to have, then that creates problems. It impacts services and certainly the quality of services. So this process is, to us, it certainly promotes and basically requires greater accountability. Because one of the key aspects of the framework is now we have to say, what is it that we're going to do? What are our plans? And based on those plans, how are we going to go about achieving them, and how much is it going to cost us to actually get them done? So it's an opportunity not only for the OEK, but for the public, for everyone to be able to say, well, where are you?
So the second part of the law, external debt management, the history of Palau is that it's had a low debt to GDP ratio, and only during COVID is it now threatened with a higher debt to GDP ratio. The third principle under the fiscal responsibility framework was to have a prudent debt policy, and that requires a debt management strategy and a monitoring framework, and possibly to establish a debt management advisory committee. In any event, it requires the policy to be developed and a statement, because Palau is not currently consistent with its adopted principle, a statement saying how long it will take to come out of that. Why did it happen, and how long will it take to come out of that? And of course, we know that there's the underlying reason of the COVID-19, but the plan to come out of it needs to be also clearly stated. In addition, Palau would be kind of tracking along with the donor community to create a debt sustainability analysis. That's a standard way of looking at whether the economy is in debt distress or whether it has a manageable level of debt. Right now, the IMF has said, but Palau would rather track for its own reasons, but the IMF has said it's not a distressed level of debt. Now, we were going to have someone from the donor institutions talk, but Dr. Sturton is going to just give a quick overview of, one, how the donors look at debt and how they can help Palau to kind of come out of the debt status that it's currently facing. And the picture for the debt is right there.
Thank you, Kevin. I mean, you covered really the main components of the debt aspect of the Fiscal Responsibility and Debt Management Act. I'd just like to say a few words about the DSA exercise. The IMF, I guess, is the main institution that instituted DSA, the principle of that. Maybe 10 years ago, particularly after the global financial crisis back in 2008 or so, and they do that for each country. Essentially, they divide countries into two groups. The developing country group, they look at, and usually 30% is the ratio that they apply for people within that category. In the case of Palau, because of its graduation status, it doesn't come in that group. It comes in market access countries, MAC. And there is a manual that they have as to how you assess the debt sustainability for a market access country. Now, it's somewhat ironic that they put Palau into a category called market access, because what does market access mean? It means that you can go out to the international capital markets and raise funds, which Palau, at this particular point in time, is unable to do. So we're put into a category that doesn't, strictly speaking, apply to Palau. However, reflecting the graduation status, the debt sustainability is in some senses more liberal. And as Kevin was saying, about 60% is on average the debt to GDP ratio that can be considered sustainable, or once you start to go above 60%, then the red light starts to flash, and then they're going to pay particular attention to how that country is performing, both its economy, the GDP, the denominator of that ratio, and also if it's borrowing more. Now, I just thought I'd relate that to this graph over here. I mean, you can see in FY21, 22, our debt to GDP ratio's gone up to 80%. We're way above that 60% threshold. However, when the IMF came in their recent Article 4 and they looked at it, the projections are the GDP, the economy is going to recover. So the denominator of this ratio is going to rise, so the ratio falls. And I think by 24 here, we're approaching on the 24% ratio. So we then sort of become within the debt sustainable level. However, when you look at this graph here, it looks favorable in the sense that by FY30, we're almost sort of going back to where we were 10 years earlier. Well, that graph assumes that there is no more borrowing. When I did these projections that Kevin described and what's up here, this assumes no more borrowing. So a key component of this, and forced upon Palau by COVID, is to, in some senses, suck out some of the capacity, to limit the capacity that Palau has to borrow going forward into the future. Now, Kevin also showed in some of the other graphs that with economic growth, the more economic growth you get, the higher the level of GDP, and that raises your debt borrowing capacity. So, I mean, the trick and some of the discussions I was holding with the IMF when they were here is, what level of borrowing can be consistently sustainable for Palau to fund its infrastructure and other programs going forward. And they felt, and I think I agree, that Palau has, there is further capacity, but it's not as much as it was back in FY19 before the pandemic. So that's limited. So we've sort of taken off scope for borrowing from donors. I mean, the Asian Development Bank, who's sitting over here, one of the first things they do is when they get to lend, they go to the IMF and say, "Is your country's debt, is it sustainable?" And Palau, when we had the recent policy-based loan for funding of government for COVID, the answer was yes, even though the debt ceiling was going up. But nevertheless, the donor community will look at the debt sustainability before it goes ahead and commits further funds. So that sort of reducing capacity to borrow, it has implications. We've also because we've matured and we're no longer eligible for grants in the way that we were before. And we know that certain donors now are not providing grant resources to Palau because of that rising, or the fact that we breached that GNI threshold for graduation. So that then pushes Palau into the areas of what other areas can borrow, and that, of course, leads into the PPP framework as being an avenue and a mechanism for Palau to consider to raising extra revenue. It also places pressure on Palau, or I would say it becomes a target for grant financing for infrastructure through the compact. Although I won't comment on that because that's that's at a different level to myself. But it obviously, the more they can get out of the compact, the better that will be for financing of infrastructure. And finally, I mean, the whole thing ties together with the fiscal responsibility framework. If Palau pursues that strategy, fulfills the reporting requirements, it would open the avenue to borrowing, to be actually becoming a true market access country, because it could then get a rating from some of the agencies and consider borrowing on markets. Now, I'm not suggesting it should do that, but in terms of Palau, in a sense, graduating and demonstrating its ability to be a more mature economy, I think that's quite important. So those are a few remarks on the external debt and the DSA. I guess we open to questions. Thank you.
Check that time. We have 30 minutes for questions, or less, depends. Yep. So we're good on time, and thank you for catching us up. Microphone, if you will, please. If you have a question in mind, please raise your hand now. Joe.
Hello, this question is actually for Rasmir. I asked him on the last panel, but he didn't get a chance to answer, but the question still applies even to this. My question was for the NIIP, which also ties into this. So instead of having all the burden focused on the government mainly, is it plausible to actually include traditional groups within the area where you guys are planning on developing? So that way there's a sense, there's more accountability, and it also kind of, you don't need to do much, it costs less when those people from that area are involved because they know the resources around that area and they can utilize it more efficiently. So my question is, would that help out in this scheme of things?
Thank you, Joe, and apologize for not answering a question earlier. I missed that one. So the answer is yes, it is possible. In fact, one is on the NIIP, there's the multi-criteria evaluation. The purpose of that is to engage, to ensure community engagement. So if the proposed project is to proceed, one of the things we need to do is we need to look at the impact. And so part of that, there's a whole bunch of questions in terms of its impact on employment, on labor, and certainly on the community, social as well as environmental impact. So that process, there is a process that's envisioned within the NIIP process to ensure community engagement, and certainly the Swira Akloba Karabalu. That's would be on that note, the same thing with FIB. The FIB process, there is a review process. So for FIAC applications, they do hold public hearings. So that's an opportunity as well to get input from the community and for those individuals that may be affected in communities as well. So sulang for that. Just to add on a quick note on the loans, I think one of the things that we have to be mindful of going forward, and with so many implications, certainly developments, I should say, over the, in recent years, particularly for Palau, from our graduation, to a high-income country, and therefore we're not eligible, or we're not supposed to be eligible for concessionary financing anymore. The reality is going forward, and for those of you in the private sector, you understand very well that loaning and financing, is a reality. If you want to continue to expand your business and expand your investment opportunities, there will come a time where you'll need to finance things. So it's not something as a country, as a government. Certainly, there's been this reluctance to borrow, but it's going forward, especially in light of these recent developments and what we need to do. That's one of the reasons why for this FRF. We needed to update our debt, our laws concerning debt. We needed to basically provide us the opportunity that in the event that we do need to go out and get money, we need to do finance. If there's no grant money or other assistance available, that we're in a position to do so. So this part of this framework, this is really about setting the foundation for us to be able to continue to grow and finance whatever plans or infrastructure that we need to do.
Okay. Malungili tasil se Kashmir. My question is regarding the fiscal framework law that has just been signed today. What you were explaining and the process that you were explaining seems to me, having kind of kept track of the government in the how many years, is the process that you guys have been implementing. What is specifically different from this than the last, than what you've been doing all along? Or is this just to kind of put it into law, like making it a mandatory process that any new administration comes in and implements? Or what else, what really stands out in terms of, what this law is going to do versus what's been done? Because you may not have put up a report every March of the year, but you've been putting out reports on a quarterly basis, and it kind of gives you, and my understanding is based on those trends and reports, the government has been able to predict what it can and cannot do. So, just kind of explain it to me. How is it different? What really stand out? There's other major stuff to it, but generally on the cycle that you were talking about.
So let me apologize by answering for Director Casimir, because I think he's going to be too humble in answering it. And he won't brag about what finance has been doing over the years. In fact, this is codifying and memorializing and putting into legislative commitment what the government has been doing to get itself into a good situation until COVID. And enhancing it just a little bit at the margins. So we're not talking about an earth-shaking change, but we're talking about full commitment from administration to administration, what best practices were being implemented, and a little bit of international best practice added on top. So the nature of the reports, the depth of the reports, the timeliness of the reports, the use of the model to setting the fiscal envelope, slightly different, but not a major change. And maybe Director would say more, but I want to say at least that, because that way he doesn't have to brag about it.
Thank you, Kevin. I have no problems bragging, so. No, young, it's true. But one of the sort of the enhancement, or one of the things that's really one of the key things about this is really, it's now, I believe it's well articulated. The connection between all these things that you're required to do in the budget cycles are much clearer to me, at least. And I apologize maybe because it's something that I do every day, that I've been doing, that it seems that way. But I would propose that if we take the time to think about it, it really makes a lot of sense. So that's the beauty of this thing. The second thing is there was really never any mechanisms to get back on track, so to speak. So this requiring this attestation that we are adhering to these 7 principles. Now, those 7 principles that Kevin talked about earlier, and I apologize, but it's basically, number 1, it's balancing the budget. It's operating with a balanced budget. Number 2, it's taking care of your reserves. It's managing your investments, your fixed assets. Number 3, it's managing your debt. Or number 4, it's managing your revenues, making sure that whatever revenues you're getting, especially the tax system, is fair and it's equitable. Or number 5, it's making sure that your state-owned enterprise, that PPUC and PNCC, are actually doing what they're supposed to be doing. That way, the government doesn't have to step in and provide them subsidies or monies, because it takes away from what could be given to health and education and all these other government programs and services. Number 6, I believe, is managing contingent liabilities, a risk. In managing risk, we know that we're in COVID, so we have to be mindful that maybe our revenues are not as strong, so we're not about to go out and and borrow a whole bunch of money because we might not be able to. Well, that's probably not a good example. I take that back. A good example is CSPP and Social Security. those are risks, those are contingent liabilities that we have to be able to, because we're not gonna have to foot up the bill today, but for the pension plan, that's 2024. That's 2 years from now. So, simply put, it's a long time coming, and it's really a cause for celebration. I believe this is a model legislation that the whole Pacific will be. I mean, the islands have semblance of this, or they have elements of this, but I believe ours is much more comprehensive. Good governance.
So lang Kashmir, I think sometimes people don't understand kasi ngari economist lo bangget ngari ang irma. Namray. Urela Kashmir proof of that. We have an in-house economist that help pergi. Of course, Dr. Sturton is here too. So I think, and Kevin, even though you're outside, you help us with these important programs. I think that ultimately, you know, I was listening to the presentations earlier by the banks. And the banks were saying good financial statements, that's what allows for lending and so forth. And I think part of implementing this fiscal responsibility is making our lenders, like the ADB, comfortable with giving us money. That's so important. And, you know, I look at the, of course, because of COVID, we almost hit 100%. However, I look at our partners, like Japan, they're at 266% of GDP. And the United States is now approaching 100%, 130% of GDP. And Singapore is at, I think, 100% of GDP. So I guess my point is, if we have the right policies in place, we really shouldn't be scared about the number. It's about making sure that whatever money we get, we use it responsibly to really meet the needs that the people have at that time, and make sure that we use the money wisely so that it has a long-term impact. So thank you for your support. Thank you, ADB, and thank you for our economists that help us every day. Thank you.
Anyone else? While let's manage the risk of going over time, we will end this panel now, because the next two panel discussions will definitely go over time, being social protection grants and Social Security. So please, let's give a round of applause to our economists. Thank you. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, I will ask Ms. Ulay Tultul, Administrator of the Social Security Administration, whom will be the moderator of the next panel discussion, titled Retirement System Reform, the Social Security Administration and the Civil Service Pension Plan. That is paneled by Minister Ngiray Balastungtul and Ms. Everdil Rabey. If I could ask the panelists and moderator to approach the front tables, please. Okay. Yes, sure. Let's take a break while they can set up. We do have a presentation. About a 7-minute break. Thank you.
Yeah, only Ulay. Yeah, I'll put it up for you. Yeah, it's still down or enter. But remember, you go all the way until.
Oh, it's a quick break, so I'll ask everyone. Those of you at the back, the seats are much open, or open up front. Feel free to come up closer. I know these speakers don't reach the back, so you'll hear much more if you come to this area. Thank you. 2 minutes, everyone. 2 minutes. Let your colleagues know. 2 minutes. If everyone could make their way back to the discussion hall. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, coming back and keeping us on time. So again, our next panel discussion, our fourth one, is retirement system reform of the Social Security Administration and the Civil Service Pension Plan. And I would like to announce that the entire panel presentation and discussion will be discussed in Palawan. Mr. O'Keefe, in his presentation, will discuss everything, which is pretty much the same, in English for both our Palawan audience and our English-speaking audience. So without further ado, I would like to ask moderator Ulay Tultul to begin. Test.
Malawil istasil sel mergi terogul ngartiang ngwaigel na mutura ue merel odoso la kaduk mora o mesra social security system mergi dar belau mang mergul ngartiang mo ko obrai ga gidel presentation slide ya malakol to belan dil sugo mangora moringa harira de sabilo que era que melal do mesra social security en tegida outline el tia mo tele el tia presentation mang ak motor sel outline ngaringi sel part el ka turnover el mortigal member a panel matuguk mo smada igel guk milgat mokra ay gan na mo mregal leru club selgi mo o super tele la the reform social security makotulu uleng ngungi la boda do ngel rogul bekla lo say al selabalwa de ngarinya tablo retirement systems el dalbang lang ngarinya palau social security e dire kal ngarinya palau civil Service Pension Plan and CSPP. Ay kaya del tablo plan ng aringil gira lol nga serigit selbo the digal sa edalorior madabo ara retirement mara sel gora all the age egel last few years serigit el all time kada mo omesel diril mo omesel sel teletel sel tial social security rangaringira al ser el all time omsu wamla magatmok kalwase mlamo time el gida del guka to spera tol modernize ngida del guko mak PS ringi gida wil madengel wase social security amla angua hafra dige de sa dungura trust territory amle 1968 ngeru bakal milas artel programa kugil sala tutaw el adir kartenge gid al masaul el mestel el Symposium gid Mr. Harbo Wilter mal ngartel adlone de mang asel gukma meskida ngilul daswa mel al time gada mo mother naisengi los pertegi de ngarngil madal emosoyi sebra ABS system. Es el momento fora moringita y del panelista tira mam nepto el adlorior el bekpadingira ade lot mage mesmo okkarengi mataguk mo sira igel lo tetele la oriol milgat bukra igel tayal 2 days el gim mo ola sartegi del gora ABS system el boringi and then alas tira mo tabdi segi del wal overall el gim tilbil wasetegi da poda si se bringil tele la social security emeralmo seguid el black sodi lo seguida tu retirement system registrel al time nganya social security ma pension plan ya kadam mal nga sula ADB trigaida ulang sa regid el mga tmokartel omsub lo tira karsel guk nga sewela kalun consulting el nyamlo Lulia asadira tel Social Security ngir elang el silsem el wasing wangaranga aklisi el maral mormatad. Makadamor el al sils selom suba milgat mokar sera fiscal year 2020. Makadamor seigi el al sildu silduasen 2020 o mesringil maral mo. Makota kadamo mesigi wasing maltela udu de wangara klisi el tel program e wangara do mesringil maral ngual mut another 10-20 years. Misal do mesra fiscal year 2020 la Social Security yarogul adaloro all sis baudo daringi amne 21 million rair yaudo dal top daringi rair at 27 million makadol ng sonsra 6 million audo dal ngara investment yel dunga se reserve se edal mamalay haraw selbol daboro ng song saudo da adi 112 million. Ya government ulang serigi dalo maskida 2.76 million rair lo malu ursel kita mal suadal mingitakani lo se supplemental benefit ya rogul adrel ap mal dim dangalia supplemental benefit kada dire kal mal waigel lo ya minister finance rigidara total wase mal global tel social security letya about nedera tiudra igana mirigitel gurulela igana mirabia blur belau mang seigi diang mal kloludo del dire kalol nga seora oratela ba au guru anakal gurula igana mirigita sorry hindi aksal dulil tokor belan di akunda sara avec adim dangali kada dire kalol mesra pension plan and dire kalmal 6 million na lotungi yeludo del sois 12 million na tuob tadire kalmo al ngasong sra 6 million rai ya pension na di 2 million na ududel nga reserve ya government al nga sharing about 5.1 million rai ngegare ududel dire kalmal klo ang suila government el morngi ma umusube lang amne start ngara social security mo mereka kadmu o mesra pension plan meta presentation el ama igal aldadu el talsid sa di mora social security mela sel dukt ber el alsil sel 2020 do mesel bedulu el mora FY 20 dori yagero guludo del sois 24 million. Yeah, by that time, in Lato, the 47 million, and the Monsons are at 23 million. Yeah, Mom, the LL reserve register sell fiscal year 20 dori, adimo 12 million. Sell ball fiscal year 2021 in the Audo de la Social Security. Say yes, yes, in real al seals. Erdo messeringi another 10 years. Kada uko mesra pension mandiri kalwaisay 9 million ra 20 dori 20 million am latwa bada ngara deficit na mot 11 million am oit ending by fiscal year 2026 taliban may adra social security ang mo dia audo dringi eda do dinge kuma government se elo maski da do drabe kara maluban dia makarang egut maklitel namo ge kadeba klangaring il social security rigid el motal gibel morabe eslo mraila tayid el mother nice kada mo go bakke wasingara sel el giredel naringir sel gotal system el tang kada mirul malo bindim la al makatmok le kada mer tayid el dangaringir el ang sel do mesra tres territory en ulmesr sel guk system el naringi kada go bakke o mesra segel earnings rar adegel tegal aduluriol sel time angamo 1968 المال ملمي أديم لغا revalue ay gelu dudir mal over the reflect الواسع رال أغوك inflation أما رال تلو dudir أما رال مريو value رني ل تلو دو الألتام ممنا مرباب يبدو ديلو المرأة ملا لوسر سيجد الكليسيال سيديم لا من غير المغربي كلا سيل من I guess سيجد يا بارترا أول مرة دي واسينغ سونس تل pension الكولارين لا social security ما قولني تم رول بيل مم لوتلونس أكليرا $50 أنغوك مرمي ترى راحت واسينغ mal mam lutolong sa aklira 50 say dia sa da los bearing el example selva say dimla kada revalue ay galudo de makada maral moru kadiri lo mesel wa sengire dal namom de ngay makada moru adjust ay gal ludo dira adal maral moru el mora retirement dira gal gire dal mal mo ngi lo mesra set aleng tra service seklam ngate la time el morior dira gal mal important e matter letel system da ngaringira anga ko atalgi belge gadeb Oriol di 9.5 years na yabol 60 rigi me kamo mala retirement tel dingi ma adio sisiu mengel adul 3 years full service retirement di moyora income sirka gel earnings sirka matay dira system al bornya dira kal mo consider the length of service dira kalungil mo ra adal al detail of the high school ekerbela mring lorior malur tel security mer al time al retire Gaya dal dira kalmal mo malasol wasegal supplemental benefit ada kal guarantee hindi kal ludo dolol sis by assessment sa eloto de kang rakabalment kami rin siya akasmir director dira kalmal milsado wase bato ka program rakabalment los be outdo mang tel supplemental benefit ada kal sa edal mesal waseng di sa be rakabalment tel maski sa edal 2 million rair el maral mo kaya dal mo consider stay the supplemental benefit el ngara al seltial el system el best system el boringi e maral mo matad adira al mal gira dal mal malat katigel ngara al sel elang material umalay material mala social security material mal dik medung masoy sa boringi e dira kal da kada ndi kada dulu asiga alla am kada di so yisi be ko resto kada mo change ngai se yidal dulu asing grandfathering may gel baby ratalentingil el bodome se sum akli mang mo fair el morar beklaad se agirel dire kal mo partra consideration agirel malome se lo asesel da kat makli tal social security egal tablo nga OCC program ndire kal ngarinya bol kukal da consider ay el guk moda al saber SS ta dira al gire del guk consider tial pension retirement plan ay gidra CSPP makadamal mal al sel tegi del el tetele la earnings ra social security al time ma social security was say cell based benefit raw retire el ang $198 ya $150 a supplemental benefit and then ang mo ringay gigi del bandra earnings rakaw material first el 11 up to 11% at 27% temanal mil material over 5 and then akadol to badara benefit rakaw tegi dia formula el dakal chen sa rogul at nga al selte del formula to bada benefit tir tay de la sel el guk po da madar nice ringil guk mo re evaluate ringil mo ay tay del kulsa ringi e ga mo chen ringi mo ringi say del base earnings el cell base earnings are reflect ra igi del black tool waseng girel cell mal base earnings el blamring omsu bel base segi yak malus paal ra beklat ra al sel belaw e ora gegi dal besel banda amo obengel igel earnings rakaw ngi olto bada monthly benefit rakaw etel al gornya o kib maybe mawis mo sila sing progressive la benefit mela ko tesel do Mr. Tialchard seguid el gray all hotel awa seguid el retirement regal dia ka supplement el benefit sel mo mesra tirigel gora ngara baba ududil ngara tenda sal ngara medel 50% for ya 50% tirigel gotal ngario ngara abilora 80% ngara 75 es el eder tial supplemental benefit en medal de sisi ndingos eklaududir tirigel mal ngario el mo ngalakra 100% tirigel ngara atende sala dik med ditalgib el ngos ekla balgul akmulu asetial supplemental benefit amral mora tirigel vulnerable tirigel malos per ngir al sela society tirgid es el oral mirable ngel intelgib el mo aroid es el ngara for the fifth desire el hadmor selb es me de los sisiu de lang en kadungul mo o sell olda amo 120% emral men meraten el ngara 70% es el guka blue line es el seguido el benefit el bodo la doruringi aguk more seguido el 150% merio el merangara 40%. Ay kamogil masada sel labortigal adrapan el tiragal mal madangla tetel tiang. So kadulus per sel maut el dangaring al sel en utial bes el sistema lo lar bebul eruli mang mo ngirgi da rogul maral morwe mang mo sabe edel adjust ay galu dude del tirak kara ngasaklela karura al sela balwad ma aralaklal wal maral audo del maral mo o itut Miguel Waldula Segel mal assumption etal madal di lulus petegal mrura study ang itel investment rate of return agi the dirgo sisil 7%. Tamlo ko bakal mura ko tuluul o mesagel wages ma wage increase over the years re-evaluate ediragalo mesel maral moru a and what they find out was ngara 2.5% seguida el actual wage inflation el bodos peringi el real readjust benefit el maral moru a again ay el guk ngaringir el alngara al sela tel current el system agire del guk mo o mesel se magara bodol ngasar tel el BS el sistema el do ngatmok karingi maral mo. So ay gahida el teitel tetel el sel reform pesra gahida gulsada ma sel oral moru ang ako tangaring si del benefit index segit sel adjust a benefit el maral mo maududem. En arinya contribution rate el al 7%, Egida mo establish base benefit el 5,000 100% balgula si multirak tay del PS el bandra egal el earnings ragaw retirement age ragaw mo 60 egoriol 35 years ya PTSD sel guk rate ragavelmente lo asing pandra tel programa a 10% al segumendia imalagavelmente al sel Seldom mesir tayi diawal gora malungin madal yang otira klitial dangara al ser el Mela seldom mesir ngi edo balo mal aring tayi del graph lol olta tetele la dol top dari mawdude de mo atti agi tirgai triel ngara al ser el al time mela benefit ok monditir este programa melmol melharartil molmorat fiscal year 2057 another 50 years from now and digi damaden la sengarnya adal meritar Oh, before we go that, esegit sel contribution. So let's say kasi store el ang di tirang aringi kada di contribute et tamela benefit kada mesra contribution el mo 40 en yamral me zero. Now, tigit sel base el benefit el mortigel adal guk mo soi severti al moritire el 5,000. Segit sel adjustment tray el band ma wage index certir, sel benefit index certir. Sel domes serni etel contribution ergi del amla ndimlar tirgel ngal al ser el ang ma se certir sel base en amerio namo dia kad mo ngukli 100 million ya be a contribution ergi dangara 40 million. Segi da investment ergi Makada mo start the withdraw investment te selbol fiscal year 2021 en namo dia withdraw investment. Segi de kam alus raudu de mara more than half le tirge lo mal auto der elang lo sel dul ol teringira ko tulul abo akawa mo mala raudu de mil di 50 cents of that $1 endike auto de. Tagi de elang awul makada mare eringi yakay ng selbek la ado la sikad makarar ulit ya manda kabol waisay Rangar madadal the next 50 years, hopefully. Matay de lang akul mastrira tegaladra panel matuk mo serigi del wasay ay gay ng milgara rabolore eda kay ngasel el sumaklit el social security gi del mora abe el teletail an masaul.
Albol sumiak por a slide de ministerio como de ay sakti liga slide.
By the BRSL tara slide mo sa last. Malway se malungili tasil se Vice President como Minister Udoy. Nga kakuk aktimos mo dia telgibel teletelel se luriol giblorom moruringira last week. Semle edel club se Mr. Harwo Wilter. Trigel da kalau dengeng gigil ruba kal ngarser ruba low course la dalgel nge yamil elitial social security system nge gigil ngarsel bak ediregel mal klol ludo da blal ngural sel malwaise tial kada urang asule la ADB ma graduate school ma Collins Milski dati mang ngedel club sel gimgor oriol under Minister Udoy agimle develop at tablol groups etiamle katingel lo oriol ngil lorior katingel la kumda sung bela katingel kora motor tel process manso kalwa di mos modeling malmle kora ngil exercise mangulmura tara club sel gimle teroguy emle Tamle ungil cross section ra community gid mlaringar policy makers other all be other executive other private sector yang ada maklo mar magekre mar retirees yagi ulobil motablol group mlaringa group A ma group B nga kamlong ra ara group A Minister Udoy ma abridil amlo group B yagi ulobil marakal tablol room tel amlar seltiang mlar sel vital blay Emlome sa akora guidelines at mukadam karang ewado mesertial plan current plan ome cycle kora alit otul emro kong evaluate at mungaral principles ok mo kora momes at mungaragel do tap engoto maklo tutelel merak langargid elmo kora wal mokanger tial SS base ragigid el principles since adlo meser sagid the last el model mul mesri ok mo kada mo manipulate ringi kada mo change agel factors al seleng eng makarang et change ra klamang tial social security makmomul mangara lomtera group A gora mas agel gim ko ulmes mumle priority kamam e ok mom sa redil mna ya telel ko ti agel le priority tir ya lak alwi da riu le kada mo ol tagel tablol mle plan kamam pung mo angara telel la affects ngir tal model emro ko ngara agel me compromise ra riu Malway se sel group A mlari am malungil cross section ra adra blue. Mlari ar adal as young as Luyum Erura Krir, 22 years old. Maldir gulmu alawrerir maskulir. I mean diulumu ra government o tanga private sector. Yang aringia ruba kal ngara rubukul bela alguk namora sel part del mala benefits including our grandchildren ringi. Mongwal malmle ngungi la balance rar maklo marmigegre marangara dolongalel. Mongwara malmlo ngi la discussion ra kamam. Emlo amoltep mo ikagida again underlying principles ng mongwara miltik. Masel mleko tel toko Mr. Wiltel gibrom admit ringi as a group awas etial current system are unsustainable. Yang alel tel committee elosigal du ulel mo perpetually sustainable. Letiam le mokte kanya lak alwe de Mr. Wilter ng ulmu ulmlegirel dingi lom ulurngi. Why say? Somewhere along the way, emlania kuk pebir atoko asilis bra alsel il dura omrolle mumlodiri mloda kasel dingi lom ulurngi. Selong erol principle gimol meseringi ak maigel toko el wal gimol moral mung giredul tu iringi o meser segi del model. Agirel dia ka udo dra government el mosois bringil mom ulurngi. Agil moral sel ku group program mo giredul ruli mar adal haraw makombali lol ngasew adi tir lom ulur tial tokoy. Aong erunga agil moral mo sel minimum benefits. Tel social security gimbulu moral mong sel while mbududrat mol. Sel imol tokoil sel bombre kalorior bombre ngarnias mutegi da buku kultu ringil kora wal foundation ra omulu raklang arakaw sel am retire. Sel teragi mol mesringil klo tutela fairness. Mlegirel lo sisiwa berredela auriol lo bangela private sector maadal guk contribute lo bawdu del. Tia alung gumral gimo moral mungkirar adrogul mo albangaringi mo mengidringi lende kalsib LD tal government malubun di ade otukur. Gira dal admit mung alakad dosabali eng sel tombali dra angar madadal maralmi. Sel mo ong yingil sel dadung retirement age. Agidere kalul messer segidal mung Mlanya interesting comment ra Senator Tablual and dilo ang kadamo ko retirement age le even though kado marat mong selmo 65 di nga niya adal nga ra alsela cook workforce sensei anats career after 60 years la ada kal sab irol mutal malmol malol si sa akla munggira dalo mesra te leleng etel future plan take into account the fact that munggagi dal adal cook na mo so retire o golma kada magarangan sa el ngawdu del al tangge grey ding top dra urior emro ko magi ko gil mala retirement el mol mohitra o gol meim emro ko mala self full benefit magul mesa gi dro gol ko atlang tingila a society gi da omes mo kada magarang rulia a plan el mom alu urtel program and kalmat interesting el fact that tirge rogul magi grel af sektum gegrel ada kum aklak mul angara lui me erur kriel mongara okwang ngara group program el probably made up 60% ngara group program adim lakal mind del haraw apato kuludo el mora oral leader future temle willing longos segi del contribution rate lel all time nge with el basent el mok me del okotiu ma drengel basent temle willing and sacrifice will get a future. It's a admirable and interesting concept. Abebi rato kol gimul mes ako ram lo mes igel ngari igel ko gimum podot mung anamali malubong ko ra mloda alil tial plan al dire lu ulum loda kaudo dra alsel. Mangani igel double dipping. Ngani adal malat tablong tiri mangani igel spousal benefits. Igel more grandkids. Agul mas agil rogul gimom dasweng ndiakal partner trigel adalul sis about do ndit tamalasar tial fund agil gimom monal puns adalo tob de fund del kakrusel program it's a social programs mens adal fund der tilo labango do do ndin ta do lasar ngir al sel tagi del fund strictly girel mom ulura adalta abol mere kalorior ay gigi the Vice President ako ragimul mes and daitang yauri ulam sure sa edal mo sa corsel model e omesot mong agel guk principles ra ma'am agel gimulu moral to koy ngarang mo affect ngira longevity tial plan ang makarang mo tingal mo tirgal adal mo haraw le even though tirgagi dal makasara clear ada willing al pay di se mo clol burden mo rakuk adra siobay ma government let's say employee share adiregal morbap makadiregal lo mes agagi drogul parameters digidal evaluate mong to willing ara adal more sa igidal daw nga ka umrat mo ma'am okmong tukara politics agil a democrat nga kaswa kaloy dia olgiyong almor trigal republican letrika umusin der tira dem li adra siobay muhmal dimla ngane gigidal baby ratokol lo nga sa agigidal payment dimla kasal sorir yauri ulagi mo kadum sa self compromiser ka ma'am di ko ra ngo olgiyong lu koy di kamol tagil lo the swiwe
o yemaling swelba o indira selguk demographic group pia mo si siwil ngaring yar ngara olbil ngaring ka senior member olbil mar kadir ka es council of chiefs mutamle ngara group p ma like group A combination of beneficiaries recipients mar survivors ma patokol members of the public in the private sector group PM net taliki leaning towards more people from the private sector or interested tira at TMCC nga private sector. So sila kamle igel principal sila kamam selmle kota dira kan mo a group AL so mama create a system that funds itself be self sustainable. But we will see. We did see later. Was saying dakal sab LLD be without government help assistance. Let yang affect our other republic, including like the government. So maybe ang niya mo sab sa amal accept the help for a short time and then until the program becomes able to be without a national government. Automatic adjustment to benefit, we understand that payment el fixed throughout their retirement it's not gonna a change like each year. So we wanted to add weight adjustment to benefit, whether it's through wage inflation or but the current legal supplement the every $100 like every 4 years. Number 3 parity time horizon I gave the variables so will make to this reform. We wanted to see some major change in 10 to 20 years because the overnight thing that problem. Next was a group program agreed to have a periodic review. Like I give the choices, my decisions, I got different variables with like every 6 years. So every 6 years, I say you're saying whether the contribution rate or whichever of the variable like every 6 years was saying adjusting or sumungil marali the dim ere amutal imong progressivity a level sa benefit agirel mo at there so that the most vulnerable are being helped by this system. Esel mo last el malmlel CCA group bill loldub niya maintain our contribution rate. We felt like dakal malmo clol burden el mora private employer al sumo yung contribution rate, but I think I may agree that maybe 1% or 2% increase are unnecessary. So igigid ako kumle principles and priorities ra Group B, and I'll give it back to Minister and Mom Souther Cell combine the.
Yeah, I show the mother and then you explain the mother. Oh, yeah, that's the last thing up. So, where are we? Yeah, you're gonna talk about the mother. So, medic sio igel ne camera ay mabi lol tirak igel variable cellules igel principal cellules out. Mang Segitsel Group A, Group B summary tilmla makatmok. Masera agibo mo dengay elwase tegi da selmle basel biskama ma mlaring omsu berngi yabi ay gegi da igelmlo tirak igel principal walulsada a minister ngira ya amne decide wase benefit index ada adong yung tilmo 2%, contribution rate adong a clean mo 9.5%, ya base benefit credit mo 4,005, SL scaling factor ay bandra earnings mo 90%, retirement age 65, work years to full benefit 3 years. Say lo outcome Group A. Group B, atal given ngoda. Digi dimlo sisiw, cell scaling factor, agi blem dio sisiw ringi, ma retirement age, mang agi gilngel mora 65, and digel years of service, netel gibel ngoda, ma agi mlo compromising ya top the tegi del si, tegi sel mlo madal el boda do ringi maral mo. Melatel si awase benefit index serga earnings serga elang ngayon isegi del benefit index rate ringil 2%. Misal time album retire in a benefit serga mla motrigib ngarbab man dia doling itawdo dor olbil. And then secondly in dosabli funding more 9% ta contribution rate tergid a base benefit tergid 4,000. Scalar cell bandra earnings sergid agigid el blow rio al 4. It's a progressive changes. SL retirement age sergid amo 65, ma work years for full benefit 35. 65 ma 35. Gidim ne agree mora 10% el segid el wasen dia audodra gabalment el meom alu oringi. Kada mortegi del BSL el SS reform model. Makun morse okore. And then I'll show the chart the minister. Minister asangari ngari ager. Kaya
Sele base benefit credit tilang annual lang.
Why say? Say it sell retire say guarantee base benefit raw 4,000 annual. A base benefit lang $198 ramande o bangela $150 o bangela $100 el supplemental benefit. Siya ako makatong Mumbai sa SSL dahil barrier saygit. So it's less than 4,000 or tayo del model. So why say the annual? Clear? Okay. So tegit selmlo wada gilt maklil was tegi diamo SS reform package el boda si sebra al sel.
Melasel daralil mo segi de tegi da ngosabalia fund makmum sa minister ma mokmu closing remark ringi.
Masel dome cycle ay akor sa badami ko mesang la akor ararang biu. Mang akmom lasa mal masaw dan ngi. Mang sel mle result ra group A ma group B ak magi ko kan mos ma dai ge gidel sel benefit indexation. Se sel gora se wal inflation factor. El all time and inflation factor tel program mauula olbi lablo moltob do gi makluk ra bekrang bekel every so often ang wal oltob dan ngil mo supplementer sel lolar nya rat matial model la built in sa gi del inflation factor ngi mongwal audo dol molar ngi al ang ani utchir ngi rangar madam al time mo atter sel ara laklal sel time sa mokteger say a contribution rate a sel rate lolar ngi ra audo them ma employer ra bekel wal paycheck ra kaw yung moments sa selmle group A 9.5 and talgibol opting abi ang ilul morion mo 8 ya compromise ra A plus B a 9 mulkulak mo askum ko the little program ang moto da 9% ra paycheck rakaw makumbali a direkal mo do only ra 9% sige da changer say ya proposal ko madaka dil mre adal change and sabi el overtime sa dal ko kam ki ko gidel ndakal sal mopting ra kumbali lak madinget mo tigel ko komte rabia adara kumbali mung dakal sal sori adil kyul mas arala ay gigidel changes artide sel grila hay sa ko tulungin ger sel based benefit agi mulu moral mung gredel sigi or el mokmed ra minimum wage masel retiring gel hotel ngario dudel ada kasengileng ngosisiwak langarengir sera lorior ndakal sal mongoda seguida kora gi mulum barang ye tegire mal budu marat mola sing make sense campus ending ngi sel cook supplemental seguida cook agel bands seguida scaling factor sel ba centra du dem al mulsu kuringi as kum ngara dalong la jerol mo 250,000 ra accumulative ludo dum sil kur seguida temem lorior e kung oktiul ba center ngi seguida mun mo do lir seguida mo se ulai seguida ba muldo olir seguida el base make sense من سأل موت الغنية تلقيب الأنغاري راودو ما موسوغري إلا سل دبوريو سل أملك كلاكروس راولداس وكاكابوس أملك سل 65 أكمل سيسيو كما أملك propose أكمدي الدوري year service ترى أدوري أسوري أدوري 5 بعدين لكان promise أدوري 5 إدري كم لسوريل دولي را government subsidy إلا سل 10% sebelum lak mol suku meng 10% and dia ka government subsidy le sewal sel PGST fixed tax anything the alir say gid amo supplementary fund tiram le sorry atal basent a 1% increase alak within 2.5 medal 2.5 million al sukum ko do lira 1% tra gid le say gid PGST a government agirel back rak subsidize rak medal 2.5 million directly into the fund annually momrectal program magim le compromise po bere la kadol attack sa dil ngara a contribution rate ra adrablu mang tel mo meser ngir el ang adiu no jakal tiang se om sodel tial model esel the porcel chart Melat yang self compromise. Hindi the contribution I think is 7. Okay. Melat self domestic self compromise. Seguid el gray. Seguid self reserve fund. Bulgulak mo overtime ang na kadana ngulo PI na mo da kadalutel di The Omes Retail Fund will be every few years. Mnapi sell investment tergid all the way more year 57. Mukmeda na mo meter sell black line sell contribution. Mukmeda na mo sisiwa contribution ergid. Maklungan la fund dal si elam ulu ngi mang namo ko steady tel fund. Ma benefits ergid am lamit. Msegid el luldasak mo okmo ko the hit ay gagid el parameters may principles ko keep lam compromise and sub el tel fund el mo sustainable. Ako lang ito batong amay kung sa haruwal ang area mal klol grill maral may. Ako rin sergi mayawel of mal di complainer nga kam. I know, that's what I was saying, it's wrong.
Malungili tasil se minister ya kundas yang laungik tulgibil smoda kalen ko amana to atol merngage mabokrula re gordol mo mal tengania bebira adal maklor ngal madngigal toy mita di klugal dula sengam dil moge edim gongegal toy matiagi a social security dim la gumu orengi adlul murengi agum dasu a fusne mringa heri brown ma jerry facey tirge gidal adal murtial program el urgiva department of interior et maruri maguger kamiun marur tilal plen luasei ngoingal time a social security mlotat sayel investment tir lom lu a payment a beneficiary what year le tiaser omuen bimlagalo ay say mle balance magugel was a going around start to dip into the savings, maluving investment till diagar giredel tax. Let's say the ulet tiang am na MOF balance.
Malungi la akari la haruwilte. Sel RPPL 9-11 ma RPPL 9-12. Self-net change ma social security ang start talharaw surviving beneficiaries. Maka na-retire nama da abiim egalmut malar se retirement trabiim. Say yam no start a fund el momalara mo ngosong sa mga momalara udodara a investment. Maka masadra ngara a 2011 ma 2012 year. Ikadalmut el maral mera 2017 mang aolwi lalulala wasay $50 supplemental benefit. Mga sa benefit el mararugul at. Masayigid ya diregal dil ali mang magiguk mamalara autodra fund, investment fund. Elal drak. Kabalmenta ulul diregal mutalongas aklira 50. Makadamadangel sila 2018 ang ilas a contribution rate mo from 6% mo 7%. Makadukuram lo ater ang gukal mo talme imra 50 la funder nga kabalment. Makadater hindi economy mla oldang lengala na mo talibal maral morio wages ma workforce sigit telomes el mil meso isra pandemic. Mandia ka namodia ka segi del sel tirgai del misadra real economy revelao namodia ka segi del close tourist economic activity revelao maigal weche samral morio mandiri galdo olir tial udo del $1 ngira fanda ela kadang al sela covid yar adana mo spare tial ududir makabenta diri gal waseme bom alu uringi Mang kita dira kalmal di merang asuler alu bakal Dios lendim la $1 aklo ludo dra fund ligay del time el YC ya fund rigi da uk pay ngilas earnings sergi menese edel sustain ya ulmang sera 2020 ya kadangara 112 million au do del medel ma igal yimul tob da dakhal sal close el earnings sera fund di kadangara el al time dora el moruen da hado dang li YC buang ya adolumon melwaise te umsuba sing kadmo dia how do there 2021. I hope I can answer a question.
Sulangi mahal le kaman namo yang lak mo tirgal ada Lorenz amo dia spell keep up para igalo changes lo dulu. Mang sakalo ais lo asi sel la ara social security mil ali. Aul sis benar al sel se almada spauser gau e como musuga igel lolang len mil al kom le garos lo mala viagal gire del dinar ngi men viagal lolai maul mesella ablo lo rurgi lo aisia dasu en di gem le ulsis para calculation direct tiagi del togoya ungil bodo ngil beklad lo asi a social security gel ngaringa fiduciary responsibility lo o meser tial toy man vial bolo aise malu be balo aise ngiril tirbingi e kadamo kdibel wai ela tial bladre li am nam libga tial baad nam telarrak ela qad gol ma adon oklem el gor tial toy mitia man mringla ado sol bringim gire del mom go give emru ringim di se gida tarafol tel drili girel gumdaswen Maria bebi rato el direga el Julia Social Security Fund momentar besul. Agumes en Maria donation a Social Security el mora bank maluben loan el mortir el misappropriation a fund adra aureo lega dia ludo dra government ai gaudu dira adel nilal investa ai ga savings tira al water tira viagal girel mora ngod al toy بسيجيدا تراتقول الجيرال أدرى قبلمين مجيب البكلاد المومد لي ليقال مولغول $50 increase أكملوا مدنيل واسي جيد الرجاء مدنيل واسي تلقال أذا دمال أولبيل أمودور الممرو ليقال تقول إنجيد الأدرى بلو including الجيد الريتاير نقل تلو ريتايري أرولي تلتقوي من politically تممروري menggirel ngania adal menggara igal toy agum das wen kadam la molo tiri ada IVB mar ada a USTL ma amal gor gidlo ase giril motel gibel physically responsible mora igal lo dudiu mengaga dia gulla aktim lo ase mem bodal lak kidal adra blu magar adra ngaga min trigir e solver tial problem. Asoada al borba pa ududeda goktatoi, masabeda tratoi. Agumda so enlegal giredo amal sergido lo ruta gabalment. Matpik muy gide e minister matu le gamal de un godoran klege naga amal dimle resource person. Dimla gurula pala silen dimla katal para gingal olbil malube block president akmlagara. Akmal diulung seora adal mladru al demonstrira namber dige gid o sengeger tial togo lo sengara ulen maisi lo sisiul mora togora pension ay gel sbedel control di mlaga control el ay gel togo el naga o mes el goran amle luid el projection of the sweg o asay gadamlet el gibel optimistiga a investment tergidra igal tirgal adlola ba igal ududer ngana stock market tirgal money managers el mrut aiga le guk sumurma pension matora kampakten komrengi trilli o ul ngar babel ba sen tersel mal dingilu munsabedul ngartian saklo oger gmi mo ais bolongen ada blulu asi a social security ngara investment return lingir elang Mangara sel gotan narbabel basen traigel investment mangara gotan ariore la. Legal dolo ko ya base traigel projection en sabel mo gurur toy. Nandiak salo martir al projection mo gorin sabel mo magarang leng. Ak malgoin lo aisele gida aviaga dil gida ngania problem gida SS. Agumes a news american era al time ti legal project a social security tiran mo problem tira within less than 10 years ang mga problem rito. Mang tiang aklol problem sem dula sen dimna 3 days agi finish ringi aktel given mo wonder was ilang ngil projection. Sige kami tanga ke berkot aktim ko taklilo asay nakamal na create tiya gulgiyo olbira kalulaula abay plep create ringi mal wagul lang sa ulmururingi nakaulba sila ara Washington DC mem sa President Sali tial pension plan mloray kal rogul FAS sa Marshall ma FSM magif e gilera other belal mo dengel was vital belawang arngi tial program ringi ay gel bebi rablo dimle ritara presidente tile morame dimla aigal retirement pension mga tidi mala SSM rogo mengire del mawila ngudeng iltoy and bigidal adra bulul malaringi including myself agire del mo omengel was enganya time yang mo ta albsud misel gukpol mata albsud adjust tergidal mo sel saber seguida gugum maring tiaguk mal di personal dos wek gire la budget 101 ra bliga kuran rinyak kwaisi sel guk sabega pornya dial sabega kung argel mo sabega mo uringi dia ko mal sangal mo imisol mo dia ko meu ururi o mal musulang
Sulang Minister Wilter kleb dengan saya terata makamle Minister of Finance makamle albangalela abalwadre lam kadamal appreciate tegel togolungil swem selgotel dimla godangali malungil aisel mergid tiang model mle udesura adram rigel meskida pension plan tungul medile ber meskida mergo ngoi titir adra titir mra ungalam rigel el mora al sela pension plan ego liti aludo del modia kama ule kata albangarata problem rel al sils. No, that's something we need to think about. Mga gira del trigal taraswadra compact. But anyway, se uki mora issue ang kadmo masado ni rauri ulan di tel tora SS. You know, ndigal tal malala compact. Igal uldo swatilo hindi mala account for inflation ala ladrang okal maral morbab. So igal uldo sul le uldo sura adro olbi lama our president sera before. Basically, since 2000, I want to say since 2014, increase the benefits SS by $200 at tal beneficiary. Increase awul kat albangara angal sang sedre al sils. Leng $200 se mora aspaw se mora angal ge mora arbekel el beneficiaries. Of course, hindi mlaka mlengasong sa contribution hindi amle ulda so sa ngira dalo si klora sa magarada help para other sel arala nga sa klela dalang okla sa amle ko hindi mlakal mikitulda so kodom da so sa magarada help para other sel nga sa klela ara dalang clear lol mol mal survive lor ring sengel imora adang ara toksol mal plol matsada ache karir amrigel mache karir belao masolda e blol ngare inflation adjustment lo bangel waise Masayida kumaral wasetial tigalmle 2 days lorior mal lemri lorior un mes ramadal esen madal un mes ni wase magarada balance ay gar rogul kita albang arel alsils magarada make sure tial funder gid amal mol mal dingarngi magarada make sure ang algeda ma trigal retirees sa selbakl ende kadil selbakl mal mol mal maral morbaba ay gel ola alngeso logi wa ISS rule tuira ara ladang okal maral morbab of course selbla ada creating really got termini ada changing digi dole imora important el point lo ase baby la time ngare agira den more review al sungum kadamle mle anticipation gida help rengel retiree ertel nga sakle arala dan okle itigel potokal beneficiaries or ngel spouse na mo double dipping ngaramang malay gid lo social benefits leng mo sel extra 200 tala mo 400 more ngel spouse ngel itigel restra arada di 200 ay gida issues gida drome setral balance erulia tial system MOF e of course albangleda di albangled kadamle di side reli lo asay gida albangled minaga do sigira un iral se do akil nia maral so bakal tiran ngal gida raklugu maselo kritareng ngari awdo. I think one of the important points gida mom ngali tial investment fund ngari ra SS adekal makita do rutri awulang ngari maselo klobornya angal sanga sega ta mo malani di doesn't mean o sega di malani molok kamdi gitial mo sanga ngari angal sanga sega ko mo malai di ngari adjustment dia den meg mndi galutel di bodo kali bola gara 2021 waise gitial o mesri mndi ma kumra lo se tial exercise o ai sergi de o sa querido ase ay gayida options al bangal ngara amdal olbi le moram dal olbi mgidra adar bela alsum ka donge lo se tegi da ungi ral dongi ungi ka donge rogo alsum ka da ngari angot ral the change in the make money ka dam da se al bangla da maybe at 2035 ang lamad or ayagi da agira del mo understand mang amne mokte karte exercise ang utial problem me mo mesa ay rogul klaro sa ngaral sel o sige sel gotru wiral do akni sumok la ayagi del tokal kanson ng gerobak magman sulang Minister Wilter ay tokal ungil uldas sulang.
Alwaisen dia ka ngod alger. Make explain Mr. Minister Wilter sel dimla ka level club segim batigra solution. Tial luriora makatatal marael lomangala graduate school orgid ngara England mong makatekatal time gi morio lobentril developer tial model. Dimla ka dil level club segi batigra henji. Electrical magtaklit magel tablol groups sa kumama dakaloba ultimate solution agi imle offer ako kimomes ang sabedal mo oldar sel mor olbil ku tira ku mamilitar oldas so omes at mong moral akaskelel di ultimately kada admit ro gult mo ala kada dosability al fund ang kadam danget mo ay ngarang kadam malakkarngi always halde kum sa administrator ala kang otol gere kompman sulang.
So kado ilagay lulo minister ang hindi kalberta dito wasing benefit ang ila sa ulmang lo ay say kita dira kalmalo miserable wadal patokor kita na move out mandi kalorior alsel workforce ma demographic sa man na change ya arbitore al namo maklol ada namo start tel retire Putoka mo retiree makasayar so isabel merior mang say ya direk do mesering il partara ay gal factors sel maral merio contribution sergit so hopefully bolungi la tourist ma economy git bol putoka ra lorior leng kadultura wages ngalmutal morba ba contributions say git
alak alwid ang Minister Udoy matimer kita mo malas ako ra mo proposal malubang la lola bay kagi del principles matigi del plan moldar seringil mo orbil mo ukuk mo tomola all the swiringi kada mesap mo kada makarang osabilital fund maktimorise malawrang asulir adrogoy kumsulang
Rang asulia a panel SS ma civil service pension plan. Egido lemol melmorsel next. My next panel for discussion is protecting vulnerable livelihood during the pandemic. So I would like to ask Ms. Maged Basebs, the project manager for Social Protection Grant, whom will be the moderator for this panel. And I kindly ask the panelist, Honorable J. Udu Sangpao Sr., Vice President of the Republic of Palau, Ms. Pearl Sayuri Marumoto of Belau Wellness, Dr. Christopher Gitalong, Vice President of PCC Cooperative Research and Extension, and Mr. Gadoy Rulud, Managing Director of the Palau Visitors Authority, the panelists for our last panel session, titled Protecting Vulnerable Livelihood During the Pandemic. And it is a session on social protection grants. Thank you. While at the setup, Medik Pupuskida background, I'll give us the background of this panel discussion. Titled The Social Protection Grant, in partnership with the Asian Development Bank, the Ministry of Finance is conducting the Economic Symposium to bring together the top academia and industry leaders in Palau to generate critical discussions on relevant reforms. One of the topics to be discussed at this symposium is the Social Protection Grant. This grant aligns the Palau's medium and long-term poverty reduction strategies. The Palau 2020 National Master Development Plan targets increased economic growth per capita on a sustainable basis and sharing the benefits of economic growth on an equitable basis. Further, the latest medium-term development strategy, Actions for Palau's Future, includes a social services for vulnerable people action plan toward a vision of life with dignity. So I would like to ask Ms. Basebs as moderator for this panel.
Madam Malungilita Silsa, Malungilita Silse President, Minister, Merarbek Laat, the Minister Ngiray, Maldimirang Asulir Laat, Taigid Sel Cook the Namertel Lula Bangalela panel discussions, Tel Malclol important forum, the Economic Recovery Forum. Makmaling Utel Te Ale, welcome Beklaad, Cook Kakarosaluria Adorul. Makmaling Utel Te Alok Mase Tagid Seluria, Kurasa Maria Girel, Kadamisadra Ad, Kadamisado Kasim Makarang Adol Nesera Beklaad. Ma tel forum afternoon ngayon panelist tergid timo ngutel te alo ay sa kasetel social protection grant, which is with partnership with ADB, also in recognition financial assistance Lobengela Japan government. So we take that opportunity to thank our sponsors. Afternoon, I would like to just reiterate the principles of til kuklabela o maklibelargi. Kadamal masada igal malungi lurior, lorula Ministry of Finance as well as tirgal partner sergid ol nga sergid. So where do we see kaseng kuk mosabela kanges ol morgid al beklaat. Makmal mong ngutel te alam rang asulir. Beklaat tirgal kuk from last year, I know it was 2020 until now, that there was an assessment. El dira kal mlosab ir el meral mga dadu adel kakrosa el mo ang arang abodol ng sew. Or tirgel gotol ng sol, tirgel gotol los peanges ra sila tulong ulit. Maktim neso kal mo say gidel ti alaw ay so kasing gida tel badanya kasi namo ngaringi tegi del signing ceremony lo bangela Minister Udoy, Minister of Finance, lo bantir at ADB. So gida tel marola guk mang wangaray gel guk uriorel mo makatmok girel sa gidel sector social protection sector. Akdire kal mutal di al dire kal di kursisel el osanga del girel our culture and traditions. Dire kal gel brother at the back from the morning until now kasi where do we bring them in? Nakadobe sa kasi gay core principles certial who we are, who makes us who we are as Palawans. Igalul dali dal syuka ngarigi dal tulaban mer elang. So I think this is just another step. Dira kan mo maski datial luguk mesa sa in moving forward for the next 3 years. Kasi makarang ado o makaigay dal ngeso me smisi aurelet. Dira kan mesa nga Judy Otom, former minister tinaruol, ma angkale maas Julita Telay. Thank you very much. Say three pillars of the society sa dosado kasi who we are kasi makarangaragi sa masisi aldakadil lugel aklangar lugel atalang ok ma igay del luriol gira del motmok. So without further ado, I just want to give a translate for our partners from ADB. I just want to recognize the contribution that this will help our government do its task to the social and vulnerable people in our society. And this will be, I was just waiting for the slide to come up. We can go to the next one. So it was an assessment from 2020 until today, and the project thus far is adverse impact of COVID-19 on poor and the vulnerable groups are mitigated and their social and economic resilience are strengthened. So next. So tiasel ngar alala blur bela tagi the government target kita di kumamrekal mga dura social security, masada social security and all the projections. But you got the in with the national plans and our goals and policies. Kada direkal dim bidanya kasi gayel ngar alala blur bela utmok giril ar other kira blur bela. So it's in line with our national master plan as well as our actions for Palau's future. Next. In preparation, I had to think about the social protection and really look at how is it defined outside and how do we digest it and bring it to our local level, our national and then local. So it's the succinct definition really captures the society, the village that we still know that exist, the intangible values and principle that our island is continued until the modern day that we know. It's protecting those who are the most in need. It's making a way for everyone to have a voice. And so I don't want to get into more of that. Next, please. So what does the grant really does, or what are the outputs? It's the welfare support to highly at-risk elderly and the persons with disabilities will be implemented. So it's actually strengthening the work toward the elderlies and the people with disabilities. And our guest panelists will be Pearl Sayuri Marumoto from Belao Wellness. The second output is food security and income generating support implemented for small-scale agricultural producers. We'll have Dr. Chris Gitalong from PCC to also give us the presentation of what those work will entail. Output 3 is a multidisciplinary response to address family and gender-based violence implemented. And here, recognizing our very own Honorable Vice President, J. Udu Sangabao Senor, who will be also giving us a rundown of those activities. So I will maybe give it the floor to our Vice President first, or do you want to go in an order of the outputs? Okay, the Vice President. Okay. Yes.
Malungil afternoon. Ali everyone. Malmsale, Mr. President, Minister Udoy, Minister Tmatul, Matirgal ADB support team, Halia, Matirgal Lobengeder, Elangal, Longosergider, Tial Economic Symposium. Tial presentation albo ko laaringi video mal clip palgira Lobengel and modiagal sabiel mo so is mandi erekti morega gidial al sabiel present malaway se o sige and so alomo with tiagidal organization chart tiablel signer niya nga kama president sir October 13 2021 ako lool tertiangaling I want to show was but under the office of Minister of Justice, gender-based violence al partergi. And the reason ang sili sa buringi tiagid al office for lolngasera victims of gender-based violence sa tiagid ul. In 2012, November 2012, Olvira Kalulaw, through the efforts, Madamal Marenga Sulela, the late Senator Kathy Casole, mle orioringi, mle signing President Johnson Toribio al Mola, a Family Protection Act. A Family Protection Act allows people in the same household or people who are related by blood who are involved in a violent situation, either an assault or an abuse, to get protection from the court quickly. So it allows for 24/7 access in Moragorta. In 2014, allow me to set the scene. In 2014, there was a study that was done, Belao Family Health Survey. The results of that study show that 1 out of every 4 women, so I'm just going to stand here. 1, 2, 3, 4. One of us will face abuse in our lifetimes. 1 out of every 4 women. Matya problem al-rigid. Hindi kita bloil tiaka dosada igay. Tiaka bloil masada. Alwase nga kangara alsela igay gidial maringal al time. The victims are women. And selva momes or self-survey, self-study, yardila adya kalaw ay sirar bulis. Ngelgot talaw ay sirtir is a close relative, but they do not go to report to the police. That study show that. So the Palau Supreme Court, and I must give recognition mora Associate Justice Anora Ramangsal Rudim, who used to be the senior judge of the Court of Common Pleas and does a bulk of the family protection cases. So there is what is called domestic abuse cases, and so that court handled these cases. So these are cases that are a civil domestic abuse where the victims are asking for protective orders, protection from the court. So it will show the statistics from 2015 to 2019. And again, I'm going to thank the Palau Supreme Court for providing me these numbers, and this is available on their website. Because I could not find any numbers in the Ministry of Justice. We're going to begin compiling information and data. So all the cases are usually heard by Justice Rudim unless she has a conflict, and then it go to one of the other judges. Okay. So change, please. So just to look at the numbers. So cases that were filed. In 2015, 14 cases were filed. So sumang disposed in 15 luwas ng asab elguk ania bebira cases from the previous year, but what we're looking at are the filed numbers. So these are the people who go before the court to look for protection. And you can go to the court anytime, 24/7, and ask for protection if you are threatened or you're in an abusive situation. So 2016, you see the number going up at 60, 2017, 78, 2019, 74, and then 2019, 43. So I couldn't get the explanation as why it was down in 2019, but you see it going up in 2020. Next. Okay, so for the restraining order cases, these are very interesting. I wanted to show this to you. Of the ones that are filed in 2020, 39 or 58 of those cases where victims asked for restraining orders were by female, 58%. 27% by males, and then 10, 15 cases were jointly filed, so they were both asking for protection. Okay, this is interesting, and I really want to show this because one of the things that I was asked to speak on is the effect of the pandemic. When you look at these restraining order, okay, so a restraining order would be, I'm always using my husband's name when I do this kind of talks. So Jerome and I are at home and we get into a big argument and I really feel threatened. So I go to the court. I also, in addition to asking for a protective order, ask for a restraining order to make sure that he is removed from the house and he's not going to come to the house and bother me and the kids. So I ask the court to restrain him from coming to our house. So that's the situation where you're asking for a restraining order. So when you look at the 2014, the brown bar is women. The blue one is the men asking for temporary restraining order. And because it's in the Family Protection Act, you know it's either a relative or someone who lives with them in the same household. 2015, slightly increased the blue. The blue is a little bit, the numbers have gone up, those that are asked for by men. 2016, you also see it going up. In 2016, the blue is at 20%. I'm looking at the graph on the right. So you see the blue line, it goes from 13 to 17%, and then it gets larger. In 2020, there's the blue bar there. It's out of 67 cases. It's 39, and then 18. So when I talked to the court, because these are documents that numbers that I got from the court, this is the explanation of why they saw a rise in 2020, the larger blue in 2020. It was mostly disputes about money. And it's the men who are not being able to, and it's usually surrounding customs. So the example is, I would say to Jerome, I really need to go to this custom because it's for my maternal uncle, who's the brother of my mother, and I have to give $1,500. You need to give me that money because I have to go to this customing. And he doesn't give me that money. So then I'm outraged and I start screaming at him, can't you do your responsibility as a man? Where are your female relatives? Your sisters, can't they come up with this money? You know, your family, I'm always giving taro and fish, and all my relatives are bringing all this food, and this is only $500. So that was the usual scenario. But what was disturbing when I talked to the clerk is there were not too many, because you would usually see a lot more traffic citations. In the court, generally, traffic citations were much lower numbers and more numbers for protective orders in families and restraining orders. And the assaults were just so much more violent. And so that's why I think this pandemic, when we went into 2020, really, with the collapse of the tourism economy, I think you could see how it affected households in terms of the family violence. Next. Okay, so this is a breakdown. I just want to go through to look at 2019 and 2020. So you see the numbers in 2019 and 2021. The total restraining orders involving children. Total restraining orders involving persons with disability. It's 12 in 2019 and 4 in 2020. Total restraining order cases involving both children and person with disability. And in 2019, they started looking at where the incidents were occurring. So urban area was 58% of the cases came from urban areas. So it's Okoror and Irai, and 57 in 2020. Rural areas, Ababaldao, and outer islands, Saigal, outlying states. So I wanted to showcase that a lot more of the cases are happening in rural urban areas. The concentrated population. Okay, so the figure kilala 2021 as of November 16th. So mlatob the 58 cases together, 42 protective orders have been issued. Anyamle denied the TRO, so there must be a good basis for denying a the request. 9 petitions were denied. I wanted to just showcase this because I saw this recently. This is Will Smith. And Will Smith said, I watched my father punch my mother so hard, she collapsed. And so as a child, this Hollywood star worshipped his father, but lived in fear of his alcohol-fueled rages. Here he reveals how the guilt about failing to protect his mother has defined his life and career. And I put this here because the president recently signed a proclamation declaring Red Ribbon Months from October until January. And during this month, we do outreach to talk to people about reducing the use of alcohol and drugs and preventing the use of alcohol and drugs. Also, during this time, there's a president proclaimed the White Ribbon Month, which starts on November 25th to December 10th. And it's to end all violence against women, children, and all people. It's just to stop domestic violence, family violence. So I wanted to show this to say that it's happening in our community, and we need to be able to help the victims. So during this pandemic especially, we've reached out in the office of the Vice President, Minister of Justice, to help the victims. So here today, oh, there she is. Kagita ngaluk, ngkatchok ni ngaluk ang klela den 775-1690. She has cards that she can give out. Nga victims of crime advocate. If you recall, Rebecca Koshiba, Amiru Tegidalo Sisiu Lurior, support our victims. Mangkagida direct provider sa support for victims. Okay, so tegid sel ngar obis. Ngkagid ingel ngar sel gender-based violence and special victims advocacy services ngar Ministry of Justice. Munsabiul kolar ngi tigal victims of violent crimes, malubeng family violence and sa elol ngasew to file the request or petition for protective order. You can just contact her and say help her out. She can also help you, connect you to Dr. Wally, services that we have at Ministry of Health and Human Services. Dirigal sa connect with ongoing emotional support, help her with filing asumang necessary monia criminal investigation. Hindi malorang asule la justice rudim. Mla recognize ringi as victims of crime advocate among makadong ringi mora korte sila nga ringi cases sa lospe ang yeswar victims. Abura next kalam umarik. Tiyan mo di kalsabi mo marahil. I wish and sabi wrong si if I could just maybe share a little bit of it there. Mangka nga sanya olgari Lawyer Division of Juvenile Justice. Juvenile Justice alngar Engela Bureau of Public Safety. They told me there's no audio. But let me say that the need for a safe haven for victims of this domestic violence. Say it's what we need. We need a place. So Juvenile Justice Office, Direcalorio Lobengela Justice Rudim. So I'm not academic, so I'll make it very quick. So there was a 16-year-old boy, Aldim Israblil, and they called Juvenile Justice. Okore mamlo involved mo o sigari. Dak salchul wasang mil karang edire kamle enda apra tamang tamlo amdala cha ma cha wasemol ngaseol rangkal albuiga. And then there was no place to put the young man. Engka nga atilal morablil. So they put him up at the behavioral health. Yalngul ma behavioral health at Dr. Wali say okay ka takal sa elngatang ka mental patient wadi ka patient nga kamang he needs to be removed. Edim la ka basyol sa bel mo ringi. Temporary shelter while they work out his situation. Through efforts of Mrs. Bernie Tosia Keldermans, Emlo sabi elmo kelo Miguela Bernie Keldermans for about a week while they try to look for a place for him. Mlo sabi ilngo swir mang mlamor kera lengkam le drop out ra school. Mlo sabi elmo thank you Principal Abner, raigagi dale Pala Mission Academy, mamlo sa el sois baila man kirador mara ay gagi dale PMA. He's doing well. He's reconnecting with his biological mom. E dirikal malmol mga niya relationship peringil sige the family relationship palbelo establish ringi ma Bernie. May gagi diagel daw el ang alol nga sew or tirgagi dial al ngal who are victims until such time we have a shelter, a place sa edong ngoy titir victims salmong. So at the end sige dakmal kulingit ringi Paul akmalorang asulala Mr. President talang kura receptive mura idea that we need to find the space, a place where we can provide counseling itiragi the victims sa ilmay. Akmadingat mo moderator, amil sadra system margidar other belaw. But because maybe it's also COVID, ngelok tamalang gelboy ka. Atir lo senti kanti kalsab amal ngo, we cannot take him in. Man na mo maring la aral lang okla. Matial pandemic, madirigal atletele da other belam la talgibal chance. Maselabonia way gagi the situation where we have victims of domestic violence, we need to provide assistance, we need to provide a shelter for them. Emang segi dia kulingi tringir el alsils. Through this presentation, to come together and be able to provide for the vulnerable members of our community, tirigi dia victims of family violence. Kumsulang.
Ma'am Sulang, Vice President, I think important topic, Ma'am Sulang. Yes, maybe this is a time to may questions if it's fresh in our minds and it's an important topic and she's here, so may questions I like and move on. Yes. Okay, by doni trapper o so this lurior el dire kan mamsa that a vulnerable population, elderly and yep.
Will tutaw, will 12, will afternoon. Nga ang kika pearl. Yak mo malokot ko na par de presidente leng. Tia dire kal titwo kal lurior leng selbo ko to bela yak mol mang leng kasi ba maberi ma Chris. So, ako ko to para ding mopayot. Ito ko research kamil maklorodil marubak kadangar sel area balwa del atitwo kala minister. Namo talsin sel dongil kadana mo nervous ending gemisa der ardil. Agim tigar sube minister ngiral base ardil mtadiri kal ngal albula nga selegal mabula diregal maltal mal vice president akting wala yarse gore nga baichop komral masulang domo la makngatyang. So good afternoon. My name is Pearl and I'm representing on behalf of Dr. Yano Sebatyo, Berry Moon, Dr. Kidalong, Bubbles, Joel Toribiyong and Rumi, and we are a consortium of people who dedicate our free time to look at what's going on in the community through three lenses of three NGOs. So we look at the vulnerable populations, we look at children and women, and we look at wellness. So, and we call ourselves Bella Wellness Incorporated. Segi de lo munguse la wil klav albis kama ma kyati kasole translate ay gero hul gi morul el malmos may gelurera marabek kalsils. So munguse la wil klav I present to you the vulnerable population of Palau. So there was a project that we embarked with three NGOs. So there is Bella Wellness Center. We have Wellness Sergara Blim. Murere Mabalwam. And then we have The Will to Live. It's an organization that we're all involved with that targets young children, the youth, and alcohol and drugs. And then there's the pair who is led by Dr. Kidalong, that whatever we do on the ground, we put into a science methodology. So when we put out the results, it's not biased, because we live in a very small community. Next slide. So when you look at that project, there were families and children, but this is the quadrant that we use to put our findings of how we look at Palau communities. So it's access to services, food and water, sanitation, home structures and its surroundings, and sleeping areas. So that's the scientific quadrants Dr. Kidalong put out of how we collect data and put in our students put in those attributes to see how we rank and see what's on the ground at the household level. Next. So, Vice President, 90% are female. And they range from that age from 25 to 55. So when you look at 35 to 45, these are the females who had the household. And so predominantly female, we're in the workforce age. Next. Ethnicity, Palauans. So we know that we're not looking at other ethnicity in Palau. So the majority of what we're talking about is about Palauans. Then here's an interesting data. In all 2 days that I've been involved in this economic symposium, I'm very lost in terms of these financial big numbers, Minister Udoy, but I've learned a lot. But here's what we look at this subpopulation of within our community. So you look at unemployment and retired are two things that probably are significant in our discussion for why there is a certain deficit in living in this targeted population. Next. And then because we're in this category of our population, physical disability is ranking high. And we can attribute that to NCDs. So diabetes is very high in Palau and all those NCDs. So part of this population is looking at physical disability. So there's those disability that they have a direct correlation to high rates of NCD in our community. Next. So the study, we have about 100 plus questions, including violence. But I'm not going to touch violence because that was the Madam Vice President's topic. But you can ask questions after the presentation. But we're looking at two sources of food that supplement household. And it's a school lunch program and old age program. And we asked Palauans at the head of the household how important this source of food. But look at the way we ask the question. It says essential and important. Because in Palauan context, we cannot ask, gal lang may close pa alel, magirulilo spering atora bar. The suma atora bar the essential, my important is basically the same. So out of respect, we have to devise a question where Palauans do not feel belittled when we ask them about if the food source is important. So, but you can see that there's a deficit of food at the household level at this target population. Next. So we got all the consent. So you can see the pictures here. And so these are housing structures and assets that these people live in. Next. So they own, 61% of them own their own house. But when you look at that, how they rate the condition of their house, seriously depleted and need major repairs goes up. So 2 questions, but it means the same. Next. So part of this study is looking at the delivery of services. And when you go to a household that has a limited mobility and a bedridden person, a patient, delivery of services and emergency response get very complicated. So it's part of that urban planning and minister that we talked about for the last couple of days that needs to be looked at to open that window of saving lives to the most vulnerable population. Next. So when you have a retired Palawan who've having their pension plan or their SS, but their living conditions is this, and they're aging. So, sige dabli lingeng kita luan ramas, dire kaldia ka atensyo. So there's no ceiling, and so when you look at ventilation in terms of a very simple ventilation or heat repellent systems, and that really make that patient have a hard time every day living in their own homes. Next. I know we're Palauans, and then we have this outdoor banjo, but then we never take into account that any household can have vulnerabilities in the next coming years. So urban planning is very key in terms of looking at access to bathrooms and showers within the vicinity where the patient is there. And the caretaker in this household is one high school student and one disabled son. So it complicates, the complexity of that one household gets more layered in terms of that. So a simple floor repairs and ceilings are in dire need for a patient to have environment augmentation to support healing and delivery of services. So these are the examples of household that patients are in there. I don't show the patient's face, but believe me, there's people living in here. Next. And that sanitation and cleanliness in the area of that patient. So it's ugly, but it exists, and we have the mandate to look at that patient through in every facet of our abilities. Next. Oh, there's Seba. So this is another place where a young patient in her 40s are living in this type of condition. And so what we do is we design interventions. Can I have some water? I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Clear up. So this is a place where a patient is about 44 years old, female, and they live there. So what we do is we design an intervention to see how we can uplift that area, and you get to see the next slide. So part of our design, looking at all the services in Palau, is what makes healing process occur in a very dire situation environments. So one of our thing is we bring flowers and we hire musicians to go and sing. Tamangalao the Vice President, los pera music. So we designed the intervention looking at this study in this household by using music and stimulants like flowers or fruit baskets, so the patient can and see what. And there's the design. So we look at social intervention with music and flowers, visitation, and physical therapy. Environmental intervention, we look at cleanup to sanitation and structural improvements. And patient care, they do receive clinical care, but it's the grooming. Memtal data albi, the chen sabarul. Well, bulung larungul me iwayo. Next. So, in a very simplistic way of looking at how we look at services, there is also complexity to that one patient. Patient's meal, medication, because of NCDs, there's a lot of amputees, so it's looking at disease and wound care, and the caretaker, and emergency accessibility. So those are only few things that we need to prioritize in terms of looking at this vulnerable population. So our findings, here's what we recommend. With home structures improvement, in the next coming years, leadership of Palau is urban planning, GIS mapping, resilience household, emergency preparedness, and social services delivery. When we look at GIS mapping, we can layer it. And Minister Ngiraya, understanding you, and Chris, we want to layer it with all the attributes of that household. So it's at the fingertip of how we design and respond to the needs of the vulnerable population. Then we know from this project, we can actually design low-cost intervention through integrative approach. So with an opening here, you talk about traditional approach. Oldingala means visitation or sharing of food. So we took that Oldingal plus lifestyle coaching plus clinical services, and we saw the elevation of patients' dignity goes up. Then we also this summer, with the synergies of urban growers and consortium of farmers, we implement urban gardening to the vulnerable population household level, and looking and prioritizing those who are in the areas of sea level rise and water inundation. And we know that they supplement the food, and then also the nutritional value to their household. And we know that it came about because of all the partnerships. So next. So these are the slides. So I'm going to make you guys happy because it's going to be beautiful pictures. So these are women who are in a wellness class, but they're head of household, and they're female, and they agreed for urban garden, and this partnership is going through with CRE. So we went to Ngaklau, and they rock it. Next. So here are our partnership in action: PCC, CRE, TTM, PVA workers, and Minister Niray, Cora State Urban Garden, Homebound Belau Wellness. The outcome: we get to visit the homebound patient, and we identify those households that are threatened by sea level rise, and then we provide them an urban garden. Next. But we didn't stop there. We took all our results and looked at new synergies. So those people in blue shirts, they're certified life coaches. We have about 20-some life coaches by CDC that are trained to teach wellness in every settings in the community. So we partner up with this local cookout, and this is a foundation also from the synergy from farmers and urban growers. So nganya CRE, PHS agriculture student, TTM, Core State Urban Rotary Club, and Bella Wellness Center life coaches, and the outcome was phenomenal. They took local food, make it sexy, and everybody ate them. And look at that child, looking at all that synergy of learning traditional ways of doing that. Next, and it's called CERS Ed, and I think Chris will talk about that. And we do community wellness screening with the partnership with Healthcare Fund. This is part of our journey to look at how we can reduce the prevalence of NCD. Next. Through this study, we have one tangible outcome. We were able to create a homebound resource directory for all the household, and we partners with the Public Health, Ministry of Health, and that's going to be in the next common weeks to launch that. But we know that the data is so huge, so anybody who wants to ask the questions. Next. So at the end of the day, we still like to look at the 3 SDGs in that: 1, no poverty; 2, zero hunger; 3, good health and wellness. So this project through Wellness, Bella Wellness Center, and created new synergies and partnership can look at those 3. If we look at those 3 as our foundation toward planning and policies, we can actually kill a lot of birds with one stone. Okay, next. So, so this is a picture. Ang kanamath, kyobakan center ni. Selgi po molding le minister president yagi mengitak le meloy it stimulate their brain and they get to be very happy. We give them assignment next time we visit, like, what is your favorite Palawan song? Sira kakaradili loretak karakab im langalam litakliw, and those kind of synergy that we put together avil and but it's also part of that stimulation to the brain, and they're looking forward to the next visitation, but they get to move their body. So it's part of it is to have that movement where they get to be happy, because when you make somebody smile with music, and then your whole body gets happy, and then you leave. So it's a low cost, but we need to understand how do we treat our most vulnerable population to live with dignity. And thank you on behalf of Bella Wellness Center.
Madam Msulang Pearl, I think we'll so a question, and we'll ask Dr. Chris to come and give his presentation.
Sulang Pearl, Vice President. Okay, this is not going to be as heartfelt as all the other things before it. We're just trying to approach programs to minimize the amount of hunger that Pearl and everyone has just shown, and that leads to a lot of these sort of issues in the environment. And I'm going to have Dr. Nue come up in the middle to talk about technical aspects. So we'll just start with my slide and then segue to hers after. Next. So this was our self-sustained traditional system, pre-contact, which was derived over thousands of years, where food sustainability, where elderly were actually the pinnacle of our society, and where knowledge derived from them moving down to and actively learned by the students or the youth. And this is sort of the segue into the current situation that we're at, and we use this for models in agriculture to try to see how systems of agriculture evolved into what they are, and how we either have to move back and learn from mistakes to move forward to productivity. So you can see the pre-Western routes and then Western sightings, and then it gets into the produce export side, when they started to export trapang, coconut, copra, and those sort of things. That started during the English and Spanish era, but was really after the Germans purchased. That was that you see in the German era. That's the first marketing campaign put out for products from Palau and from the Pacific. It's for coconut oil. It pretty much says all the animal oils look up to the coconut tree. So this was one of the largest campaigns and the reason for the mass transit and trade around the Pacific. And then after that, it was the Japanese era where they produced more than 2 tons a day at individual farming across Palau. So that was the largest export time during during Palau's time. And when talking with my grandmother, she said there was just a huge expanse of land that was used. And then I'll get to the demographics on who came in during those times and did the work. And then we had the war, which decimated the land and the population as well, and caused a resetting of these agriculture and export and import modalities. So we had the rebuilding during the Trust Territory times, as most people are familiar with, where you had the U.S. agriculture programs that started in Palau, as well as most of the U.S. Social systems. And then when it became our independence, which I say where we're searching for economic self-sustainability. Next. So this is the demographic, and we look at this because this is the workforce that we use in order to produce these products. So pre-contact, there's anywhere from 20 to 50,000 based on plant studies. And then moving into the mid-19th century with disease, all the way down to the early 1900s, where we're down to 3,750. This was disease-driven, as most areas in the Pacific. And then pre-World War I, it rose because of some introduction of medicine to the German and the German era. And then during the Japanese reports, at the end of the era, there were 6,377 Palauans with around 16,000 agriculture families and mining families in Palau. So that was where the workforce came for that agriculture export period. So that was the mass of population needed to produce that export model. And then all the way to post-war times where there were approximately 4,000 Palauans. And after that, we started growing. But the models of food production and food consumption had changed drastically to the current day situation. So obviously this is nothing new. The transition of traditional diets, which was the taro was the base of our society, and fish, and women were in charge of the taro and the most important components of the household, to the current structure now, which is imported foods. This is a study that was done with colleagues from University of Tokyo, looking at the import model in Palau and how many hectares were needed to support 100 households in Olay, or Along. So as you can see, it was around 16, you can't really see actually, that's like 16 hectares, 17 hectares for 100 households, which is not necessarily a sustainable model. And the import was mainly US, but all other areas as well. So this is our transition. This is the same group of studies that looked through the students that participated in our pair programs. And so the students went out to the households asking people what they ate and did 7-day models on what they consumed themselves. So the majority of it was store purchased. Next. And this was the initial project that we ran with Ives Rialul. He was our first step-up student, and now he's finishing his master's in healthcare and probably going to med school. Looking at just imports to diabetes and health models. It's something simple, but correlation is obviously there. So now I have to plug for my institution. Palau Community College, CRE, is a land-grant institution. It follows that similar USDA model. And the land-grant institutes, I don't know if I have it on the next slide. If people were at the other lecture, the land-grant institutes were started under the auspices of the idea of a classic botanist looking at structured ways to maximize production within the US because it was mainly land-based. So this guy looked at mechanisms to try to promote production of useful and economic crops and industry. So this was what led to the Industrial Revolution. And it kind of is what came over. I'm not saying that because our Native American friends aren't here, but it was the Native American lands that were given to these institutes in each state to produce food for the whole country and allow for quote-unquote civilized living. Next. So these are all the land grant institutes across the U.S. And as you can see, Palau is part of the COM structure. I got the region here between us, FSM, CMI. So I mentioned that because it's important to understand what that model was. That model was a production model. Total CRE, Tel PCC CRE is a production model to try to get technology to move agriculture forward for productivity. So one of the challenges that we look at, as you can see, before during those high productivity times, Rashab, like in Japanese era, we try to use GIS models, as she mentioned, and soil testing technology to look at areas where we can implement agriculture. So for the projects in State, we have an agriculture consortium. Thankfully, the president signed an agreement with our partners in Japan to move the model forward. And part of that partnership is with PVA to get the product out to the people. Because although there's a technical side behind things, the product has to hit the people. So it's really important that although we're developing that small level technology, BOA, our partners at BOA are looking at higher scale production of those same models. So all of these things are synergies. Just as Pearl was mentioning, there's nothing can be done by a single party. And the major effort now, thanks to the president putting us as an agriculture consortium, is moving it so that all resources can be used to benefit the population and hit the community. So the main one is to the project that we had come together through ADB. Thank you guys for coming out, and Judy for being patient with us and the ADB office, is ensuring the supply of the popular, and I mean tasty. Because the reason I say tasty, because the job is for us to get what the women want in Palau and make that the focus of the large-scale production, or else we'll lose all popularity and we will not function as a society, and we're not able to give them the power that they need to control the household and not remain vulnerable. Once they take back control with our stomachs, then they can control us as they usually do. And then move these products out to the, see, that's why I had to bring Dr. Noe up, because it was an all-women panel, and she'll be discussing clearly how we're trying to ensure the supply, large scale, to provide to nurseries and distribute out to all the women producers in Palau. And with the PVA's approach to getting all these sites and programs around in Todai and across all the states, we'll be able to supply the needed plants, whether they're taro-based, all the way through to vegetables. We'll find out from them what they want, and we'll hit the ground running. And then support startup farms, as we were meeting with SPDC, because we understand that a lot of these grant programs are not really functioning, because you shouldn't be paid to go to farm. You should be getting paid from your farm product. So the idea is looking at the models so that people understand that they need to produce in order to make money. And then, of course, you have your finance and economic experts here, so they can set models with low interest loans, of course, to promote those. And then have those segue from the community households into higher producer levels. And then implementation of the food processing and marketing of the products from that high yield, those high yield crops. So can we go to the next one? So this is the model that we're looking at in general. We've been running it through multiple programs, and we hope with the ADB grant or other funding mechanisms, we're able to expand it so that we can provide what all states and vulnerable populations need, such as the gardens that Pearl and her team have been trying to make around the vulnerable people's homes, making sure there's an expert or people within the high school communities that can go with them to the households to integrate not just those song and dance methods, but bring them out, moving a little if they can, to make their own product and taste their own product. And therefore making the children understand the importance of past knowledge with the stories of the Mas and how to farm properly, but also the importance of food production. So I think, let me go back one. Let me switch to Dr. Nue's slide, because I wanted to provide a small technical outreach for people to understand the importance of tissue culture. Although it's been going on in Palau for some time through the saltwater tolerant taro production, but it's also what saved the Polynesian taro through crossing with our taro here in Micronesia. So I want people to kind of look at the process and understand that it's not GMO, and it's very good to do to maximize production.
Good afternoon, President, Vice President, and ladies and gentlemen. I just would like to talk about the technical aspect for the commercialization of the tissue culture for the nursery improvements. First, the uses of tissue culture for agriculture are production of improved crop varieties and production of disease-free plants, especially virus and genetic transformation, production of secondary metabolites. This means that production of the metabolites having medicinal properties, like ginseng. In Korea, it is a mass use of plant tissue culture by using the drum cultures for the by tissue culture technology, and also production of varieties tolerant to salinity, drought, and heat stresses. These are all important for the improved commercial production. Of course, the commercial uses range from the ornamental forestries like breadfruit trees. We already planted around Palau. We got from Hawaii, and these varieties are propagated by tissue culture. And the production of the pharmaceutical interesting compounds, plant breeding, and improved nutritional value crops. And for the preservation of the germplasm and many the biotechnological approaches like genetic engineering, the plant tissue culture is a tool for all these systems. And its main benefit is mass rapid propagation of plant tissues and seed in the sterile environment. And what is doing in PCC CRE in our research and development station in Ramlingwe is conservation of local root crops germplasm. Main focus is taro, in addition cassava, sweet potato, and also pineapples, bananas, and some the local orchid varieties are also ongoing. And according to the former records, we have 48 varieties of taro in Palau, and currently our collection is now reached to 22 varieties, and all are reserved and conserved in the lab and also in the field too. And continuing the collection culture, initiation, multiplication, and growing out. Thank you. And the grown out plants are in the nursery, and then we are also doing the experiments for the salt tolerance or salinity tolerant variety selection of taro with the Palauan high school students, and already finished the trials with 10 taro varieties, and the results show some reduced survival rates on the effects of salt tolerance. And yes, these are the experiments done by students with the PCCRE stops. And it can, according to the statistic analysis, we can see the salt tolerance, salinity can affect the number of leaves of taro. Yes, this is the training of the high school students in our R&D station lab. And this is the giving away of the planting materials for the women who need. And our future plans are to run the genetic analysis of all taro varieties and to establish a gene bank or tissue bank to prevent the loss of local germplasm, and to continue work with the high school and college students training. And tissue culture has a lot of benefits for the society and also can benefit for agriculture. And currently we are working for the food production and food security and climate change, and also to produce healthy foods to solve the issues related to diet. And may I provide Chris again?
Sula. See, nobody's crying, and it's all good for production. Can we go back to the presentation? So these, we really have been pushing for expanded production here because, as Dr. Nue showed, how many taro plants were distributed during the OBF? 2,500, and they went pretty fast. So we know, and obviously it's better for the women to talk about it, but we know that they want the plants. So we want to be able to provide as much as they need through our collaboration. So as you can see there, the production model, tissue culture, also testing for climate resistant and saltwater tolerant plants, so that when we're headed to these vulnerable homes that are getting inundated, and all the farms in the coastal areas, they're able to plant we're able to provide some crops that will survive throughout the inundation. I know that Leilani also wants some of those, where we'll provide, when we get our expanded facility, we'll provide you at least 3,000 a day. And then we live germplasm field crop testing, so that we make sure the survival rate is high of these varieties, so we do not utilize and expand the production on something that cannot survive in the field stations, and then make sure that that is the germplasm we preserve and provide to our partners at BOA, TTM, and all throughout Palau, especially with, we'll show the model, but our model is getting out to the community, but also getting information back from the community as to what's working. So it's a two-way model, hoping that our extension services are not just through our jobs, but within the states and the communities. So we have feedback from small nurseries that we're hopefully trying to work with, like the one in Ngaramlungoy right now, to have those centers as a place where we can get information from the community and provide enough crop and plants that they want. And if they get their own skills set up, we can get their own tissue culture lab if they want it. So a lot of this is capacity building, and we're trying to get interest. As we said, making agriculture sexy is a new motto. We've been working with a lot of high school students, and Dr. Nue has been training. We've all been training on new mechanisms to push this forward with all classes, especially from PH, and move them into household level farming with vulnerable populations and women. So those are some of the teams that are going out with our wellness groups to implement these home gardens and dryland taro production. So this is one model that we're looking at. It's a publication by Dr. Nue, looking at different sites where people can grow these taro species. Because we do not want to encroach on the traditional Masai. We want to make sure that if production is going to increase on a commercial scale, they're able to do it on sites that may be more easily zoned for agriculture. So we tested those methodologies and provided so that when the supply of tissue culture taro grows, we're able to put them in multiple environments. And those are her students again with Lei. Yeah. So this is a huge collaborative effort. Of course, it's not just specifically focused on one model, because like any economy, you have to diversify your crop. So it's looking at seedlings that I think on November 27th, there's going to be a seedling distribution, SR. So you're going to see the varieties of vegetables and taro types that they're going to be using. And we want to expand that model to each of the states and the community so that they can have their own subset and experts. And that'll be our mechanism to get trained and certification processes together through PCC Agriculture Program and BOA. And of course with partners at PVA, trying to make it as a model where there's enough of the crop to come up with a processing method to make different flavors to appease not just the local population, but also the tourist economy, so that we can, go next, so there's eggs. This is the CERS Ed class that we're talking about. Getting food into the schools is one thing, but from our partners at TTM and BOA, they say a lot of times only 20% of the food that's brought to the schools is consumed. So when we went into the high schools with the ag students, as Pearl mentioned, they said they just don't like how it tastes. So during the CERS Ed class, we gave them the raw materials and said, here, you make it yourself. And they came up with great recipes with help from the staff, and they enjoyed eating it themselves. So being a part of the process, like we always were, like the original sustainable model of Palau, we're trying to bring that back and put it into a modern system, integrate it, as we said, into a modern system. So this is from the economy scale. I only put the balance of trade. So I know we have services coming in to subsidize our economy with cash, but hopefully with volume of production through agriculture, we're able to tip that balance back over and keep that the cake and have tourism as the icing on the cake. Yeah. Question.
Just before Mugat takes over again for questions, I'd like to ask Ms. Judy Otto to come up to the podium. As these three activities that have been presented by the panelists were funded by the Social Protection Grant that she wrote to fund these activities. So we'd like for her to talk a little bit about it, about that grant, and then we'll move to questions and answers.
Thank you. Sir Lang. Ladies and gentlemen, President, ministers, the Minister of Finance, Minister Udui, just asked me to come up and say a few words. Some of you are probably sitting there saying, it sounds like 3 projects instead of 1 project. And in some ways you are correct. The common theme through the 3 components of this project is vulnerable populations, especially vulnerability that has been accentuated by the economic crises triggered by coronavirus. The 3 components, and I'm going to start just briefly because he wanted me to do a quick overview. With output 2, there are 3 outputs. We refer to them as outputs. Output 1, as McCad pointed out, is focusing on homebound elderly and disabled persons. The second is a much broader one, focusing on rural producers, especially women producers. And then the third one is, of course, the gender-based violence. But I'm going to start just a minute with output 2. And Kashmir is really the spokesperson for this one. The very first meeting I had with government when I came on board to start designing something was it has to have an agriculture component. So it started out as a very small agriculture component. Minister Nerai was very instrumental with a focus on commercial production and value-added production, serving both the tourism market and the local food security issue. But then Dr. Kittalong came along and said, but if you start doing that, you're going to raise the price of root crops, especially taro, because we already have a shortage in the community. So you can't do a commercialization facility without also increasing the production. And then others came along, agriculture came along and said, but we need to strengthen extension services. So it sort of grew from there, and luckily, as the concepts were growing, ADB also grew with it, looked for additional resources. So what we have in output 2 is three main components. The first one being the focus on increased production through what PCC has already presented, focusing on tissue culture, with a main focus on taro, but not limited exclusively to taro. The second is the focus on extension, distributing these crops to the farmers in the community and providing extension services, especially to enhance upland taro farming in recognition of climate change. And then the third piece is the combined PVA BOA component to develop a insured market for taro, especially taro, but growing over the year, over the length of the project, to purchase and do value-added processing at a facility that will be set up in the SAR. So that's basically output 2, focusing on rural producers who our statistics show us very clearly are vulnerable in terms of income. Household income and expenditure survey clearly showed that this population is the one that is getting left behind in terms of income. So the whole focus there is to help these producers who in general were not assisted too much by CARES and CROSS to increase their productivity and incomes. The second piece, as the Belau Wellness people have pointed out, the focusing on homebound elderly, persons with disability, to help them overcome existing vulnerabilities that have been made worse by the coronavirus economic slowdown. And then finally, the gender-based violence piece, because our statistics do show that especially during the peak of the coronavirus slowdown, there was a significant jump in reporting to Bureau of Public Safety and to other government institutions on gender-based violence violations and family protection violations in general. And this has been well recognized since 2014 when FPA came into effect as an area that needs to be continuously strengthened because there are clear gaps in the existing system. So we have three outputs, the common theme being addressing vulnerability. That's not the only vulnerable people in Palau, but it should be a good start to enhancing social protection with an emphasis on social assistance. So, thank you.
Mansulang Judy. I guess at this point we can open up for questions, comments.
Musulang magede ngil tilalsi se presidente ma vice presidente ma ministers magedang maralong illegal presentation sa tirkal mlamo maregal modo tu umral eye opener pal to lessons learned raigal blaldo magal gora feel emotional about what they have mentioned. But Chris, I would like to, because you mentioned your research prior to the war in terms of various products that were exported outside of Palau, did you ever do any comparative analysis of best-to-bear trade? Since now CRE, you're dealing with some aquaculture products, have you ever done any of that with PCC in terms of how much was produced then and today's best-to-bear present day, which is not really formal, but there we see people selling Nims and Mall and room and whatnot. So lang.
That Aleth, Michael.
Aleth. Customer trade in the
So,
early days.
according to the discussions with Ida Sensei, the Japanese did not really prefer Palawan seafood, so they would bring in their own types, actually the canned sardines. So there wasn't a massive fisheries trade during that time.
Really?
Yeah. Because they have the export numbers out of Palawan, they didn't really have a massive aquaculture export model. But I can check again. It's in the paper.
Yeah, will you do that?
Because
please?
I wasn't there to collect.
I wish you were.
I know. But I can get that. But she brings up an important point. The aquaculture component is a massive discussion point. I was talking with an economist friend of mine in England, and he says, your largest mass is water. That should be your largest production base as well, if you're looking at area for production.
Yeah, I think, Chris, that's very important that you brought up. I wanted to also mention the aquaculture component of our economic development, and I think with inshore, that would be very conducive for all kinds of seafood for aquaculture. So lang.
We're hoping the president gets us an aquaculture consortium too.
One of the things that I just was speaking with the minister about is how about technology in helping these farmers be more productive? Like, ngal masay, hindi ka masilil sa ilo, masalo malakal armasan mal maringal mas per ata Bangladesh el baklo monday. Dosi krola sa makarar other bela mo mrula galuro. Kwadi anyway.
That's a really good point, and I don't know if Dr. Nue saw some of the machines that they were using in Japan for rice planting. It's very similar. I know that I got the maas marubak, what do they call it? Dan. One rice farm is managed by one maas and one rubak with 2 machines, and they produce more than 300 pounds per harvest. With the maas and rubak. It's not a lot, but they get enough for themselves and they sell the rest of them. And they're retired. These are retired people, so they still have their pension. This is just additional land given to them next to their house. And it's high quality Japanese rice, so it sells very high.
Man masulang yung President, ngora mo swakin mo musese milsa agriculture mo sexy. Nga kakuk malurele ka mal masaw man mga dadura ar maasa ma payom daso kasi Chris relator na rin kasi mali agriculture masaw dadu reng perseverance ay gaygal kuk dig sedel madel sedel di witches bring it and say lakaran di dar telad maula ka blue. So let's turn that same model, same values, technology in the models. I think sa igidagyan mo sab edel lotuti sel tingin edo kasi kados pe erstel talad atel belu maluben kuktamad tel daw maluben, then it sort of jive with how I get principles. I think hindi ka nga rin ginabaluat omul and all that stuff, all that caring. So I got excited about the projects that you're bringing in, but I think through this project, and what are those underpinning things that we want to make sure that it's passed on? About duureng, about caring, about sharing. The loosening in trying to fit ourselves to the grant or meeting up with the technology of the day. But I do appreciate what you say, President. Actually, reflect back on the 2 presenters prior to the agriculture. What becomes that driving force? And then I think Pearl, Vice President, it's a sector that we need to look at. That yakadilduk kasi sige the economic projection rigid kasi other bela the sige the blue line, or there was the blue line and the foreign line was say that the why say giro di most of it give moriak and morbab leng most of akli say the rendira other bela mo obulu rabulu. I think if anything those kaya the luriol wa kami ma ADV so that we will help kora Ngasa nga si sel raw rin kasi ngara mang malungi legal tiging other finance kadam na graduate na mga klel ya albule that ir gawait yang. I don't know. I think this will be an opportunity with our ADB partners for in terms of data, in terms of capturing the stories. And also feeding into the strategies and the plans, say what MAF is doing in terms of the state-by-state planning. Those are all very relevant, and we want to make sure that all the observations will fit into that, and they become our national priorities. And that will be part of that positive growth that we all want to see, the preferred future. So I just want to ask other questions. We still have, yes, Lei.
Yeah, my questions goes to Pearl. But before I ask my question, the President asked a very valid question. I don't know how many people in this room actually go to Taro Patch, but I know that every week and I go to Taro Patch and it's me and 5 Bangladesh people. So maybe we need to make going to Taro Patch more sexy, yeah. So we can get more people over there. But we do need technology, seriously. It's a really hard work. It's not easy. So most women nowadays, when you talk about going to Taro Patch, it's hard to even walk there, let alone get in there. So new ideas, Chris. I need one of those machines. Pearl, ate question na nga kasi, how many households did you interview, and how many people would you say would be the total people covered in those households? And I know it's not everybody, you have a certain number that you did interview, but just kind of give us an idea what we're looking at.
The study, the list from Homebound comes from the government, so there's about 200 plus. And there's also families that we partner with schools through another project that look at children coming from an income bracket between 5,000 and 7,000. That's an average. So the income bracket is usually from 0 to 9,000 plus. So I think it's about 252 that I got consented to be part of the data. But there's more that did not consent to be part of the study, but we know there's more. And then the list is from the Homebound. But there's more, Vice President, that are not necessarily listed, that they come through other ways of coming into our NGOs, and we have to find a synergy to how to document all of those with the partnership with governments. So, yeah. Did I answer your question? And we can do also a hybrid, President, the new urban girl with a tiller, the Masay tiller, and Obangela Sebal Mora Masay, Obasel Masil, producer ngi, ngul mora mobile topside, ngul mora makitra ang SR, otrur Adam Arar. So that's another way we've been tracking single mothers of how they look at their local economy, how they support their family through food production, marwangims. So maybe sell find an dak param say go meng ding as ekalos lobut se ngwa sel masile muran sen.
The last comment. Go through thank you Pearl, thank you Vice President. Share again merigi the bebira time. So qadimrar tial main road them labes rose malbatogar ad los peangesu. I think come politician hablo moral house to house, so we see it, we know it's real. So thank you for bringing the pictures to us to remind us how important this program is, and we want to thank the ADB for the partnership to lift those people up that are most vulnerable. That's really what I think the aim of this is all about, and it's how to find ways to do that is the key. But we need statistics, data, and I hope the Ministry, you guys can work with the Ministry of Health and Human Services, Director Share. The goal is to really put a focus on people and how to help social services leading the way. And I think the government is here to continue to support, and we thank ADB for their support in lifting those people up. Sulang.
Just last thing, inequalities. I was hoping since we have ADB here and this is an economic conference, if we could look to develop a Gini coefficient for Palau, and that'll help us look at wealth distribution. Because I know that if for us to find the vulnerable populations, we know how to get there, but if that's shown, then we can maybe look at median income, so we can see how to distribute wealth more readily.
Aktisol confirmed that there is partnership with Ministry of Human and Health and Human Services, with the Palau Judiciary, Ministry of Justice, working on gender-based violence. So moving forward, and we're going to be able to provide those numbers and fill in the gaps with referral, and we're working together, and I really want to thank Pearl for the work that she's doing to help out the elderly. Sulang, thank you for this opportunity to share this afternoon.
Thank you to the panel. Please, another round of applause for our last, but certainly not least, very important panel. It's been a full day, ladies and gentlemen. Minister and President and Vice President have been with us all day. So at this time, I would like to ask the President of the Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Irene Olgril, for our closing remarks today.
How does everybody feel? Tired? Okay, promise I'll make it short. If you look at your agenda, isn't it brilliant? You know, I want to thank Minister of Finance, Caleb Udu Jr. He doesn't say much, but perhaps he married into the right family. He doesn't say much, but when he does say something, it's substantial and meaningful, and it makes us have hope and look for a better future. So forging new pathways. So he probably learned this from SR. In our family, there's a lot of bald men, and they always say when people ask, you know, are a lot of people in Palau bald like you? They'll say, what do you mean? A road with no grass is a busy road. And what they mean is people from SR like to think that work ethic, being busy, is very, very important. And so forging new pathways, as brilliant Minister Uduy stated, for this economic symposium. is we are looking forward, Palau is looking forward to new pathways that are busy and healthy and working together as a country, as everyone from all sectors. And so for the first time, I think Ms. Darcy educated me yesterday about PPP, and that Minister Uduy now has a unit under the Ministry of Finance called PPP. Minister Tmatul, it coincides with your pristine paradise Palau public-private partnership. So I want to leave everyone with a hopeful closing of this economic symposium this year. Pardon me, Palauans, I need to speak in English so we can be efficient. Tourism is truly a base of our economy, but it's not enough. And tourism is fragile. It can go away when a typhoon comes and wipe away our farms, our homes, when COVID hits and leaves us vulnerable because the whole world has travel restrictions everywhere. So tourism is good, but we need to strengthen our domestic industries. So I'm really happy to see Governor of Ngaramlunguy. You know, we need to strengthen each of our 16 states with our domestic industries. I learned a lot yesterday from Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Environment with their presentations, and also Dr. Kitalong and everyone with their presentations. It's very interesting to know how production of, food and products and services could be entirely possible in Palau. It is possible in Palau. Technology, it's 2021. So I wore my dress, which is blue, because I want to remind everyone, blue economy is looking at our beautiful ocean around us and thinking of sustainable ways to not only promote domestic industries with technology, but to enable our people to be able to know what to do with their businesses and their homes regardless of typhoons, what to do to be disaster resilient going forward. So as much as I appreciate the production side of things, I must say, after I listened to them, I went to their table and I said, this is why we need to work together. Why? Because they can put annual cost, annual income, annual profit for their livestock, their agriculture products. But I asked, where is the contingency plan? Where is the administration plan, the management plan? And that's why we need to work together. The private sector is more than willing, and we are very grateful to Minister of Finance and the President. I actually look up to them as my role models. They are private sector, backgrounds as well. And so I understand where they're coming from, and I truly believe that if we work together, we can help the producers, the people in Palau, to be able to not only produce, but to actually know how to market, how to manage their productions, how to make sure they have contingency plans, so in case of disaster, they can survive. We are an island group that is in the middle of the ocean somewhere. We need to be open not only to airplanes coming to Palau, but also know that our big ocean has routes that can bring yachts, cruise lines, but we need to make sure that our infrastructure is well thought out, well planned, and work together to build and strengthen our infrastructure. So when these things come, they come to benefit us and the livelihoods of our communities instead of us fearing for only damage and we cannot handle because it's exceeding our capacity. We can work together to make this country economically strong. And I would close with the financial well-being of Palau is critical. So I think it's really good that we had this economic symposium today before the holidays begin. So all of us can start to think, before we start the new year, how can we work together to strengthen our economy? Not only to recover, come on, to think long term. 5 years, 10 years, how do we strengthen our economy? To be truly independent, I would say it means that we, the people of Palau, not only people who are Palauans, but everyone who live in Palau and love these beautiful islands. To be truly independent, it means we need to be healthy and self-sufficient. And so yes, thank you, Minister Udoy, thank you, President, Minister Matu, and all the ministers who are here today, and thank you, Kevin, and Director Kashmir, all the economists, and thank you very much, ADB Bank, Leah and your team. Thank you so much for being here with us today, all the panelists, Laura Darcy, also with ADB. Thank you all for being here today and for leaving this room with one thing in mind. For a stronger Palau, we need to work together and have hope and a positive outlook to overcome this COVID pandemic and get a better economy in place by helping our domestic industries. And that's one way we can also help our people. Madam Vice President, thank you for your presentation. When a country is healthy economically, then crime goes down. And so it's all for good. So thank you all. I will ask Mr. Heflin Bai to give us a closing prayer. Thank you.
Malungil silsa, tolulu. Ubul Dios ng arayang ito. Rubak kamral masaul. Kamral masaul ra klangal tangat terkawal melangul mas kamam. Arangal game mal other belaw. Agi ngar madami rubak ya kullaw because kawa edaul. Kawa ulam yo baklangar kamam. Emile vital belumam. Emergong emilut kamam al mukkir al sel. Agi dire kal mereng asule merubak al mis kamam al lamsam. Mangsaba merubak al kira belumam. O mesa igero gul maliwek kamam e mergo usper tal single gawam langul mas kamam irubakal el mga tmokra belumam ang sa amal kamam ro gul other belaw material care belaw akiel ngar el sel el kamang taklangar kamam e ungil esel baakla kamal masaul tal symposium material other tiramlo qaldi le rubake e gut makli mal mlamob la takle rubakal mer kamam al wasay alagi mawadigel Egidi beero kultoy medil waisay eng mogade baklangar social security mabatokol tokoy ngarab lumam el all time magi mal di mrenga sule meruba ke malol ngitok mlo say kay gidil al dadu ma reports ka mamamla armengs nakakaros al ath polsev el ruba ka rul mam el magis el mo otarang mam egim da kalo urior el gut makli ablumam el mongil المصب إلنجل ترجل مرال ميل نلقام المصب إلى رباق الانشيرا أقلنار القوام لا عمل يوغس سرنيل مرقمام أكيد مالول دانس إمرين السلام رايجا روكول تقول جيم ريرينس يقولني ترباق الواسم مبان قمام أكيد برا يجل جيب لارنيل مي السبب عمل نار الجيرم أيجا يجي مولني تنغران كلام الجيم اليسوس آمين.
Thank you, everyone. Please drive safely. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon, the evening, and don't forget our reception dinner. Those who received invitations is at the Palau Pacific Resort at 6 o'clock. 5:30, 6:30, 6:30. Thank you again, and happy Thanksgiving. Oh, that's good.